Hello, everybody. List. It's true. It's time for listing things in order of how I personally value them. A very worthy endeavor that something the world definitely needs. My shitty taste. Anyway, so last stream was a little nutty, that that I just got like cut off. The stream actually dropped out for like just a sec. The internet wasn't even that bad. It was way better than it had been at the end of Tuesday when I manually ended it, but I guess it just spiked bad enough that it had to end it. So, oh shit, I need to sneeze. No, no. Whew, that was quite the sneeze. Alright. List. Here we are. Now my nose is all running because I fucking sneezed, bro. Talk about shitty timing. Hang on. I'm gonna blow my nose. God damn it. Alrighty. Lettuce. Cabbage. Wait, I want to actually address, right. Surf Your Wave, whatever that's called. I was, like, adding that in when the stream dropped out. So, I'll just kind of finish what I was saying about that. I saw it in cinemas, because the trailer seemed interesting enough, and then it just kind of disappointed me. The climax is just absolute, like, bonkers, like, completely ridiculous, like in a bad way, not in a good way, in a bad way, where it's just like, what the like, it wasn't great. Although the, like, actual, like, I'm talking about, like, the climax, you know, where, like, the peak of everything happening, but at the actual end of the movie, it has a really, really nice moment right at the end, which is super sweet. And I mean, the movie's fine. I can see how it would probably have a really big emotional impact on some people, but it just didn't really work for me. So it just kind of, I don't know, just kind of fell flat. It's all right though. It's pretty well animated at the very least. Here we have, here we have Rock You Boo, baby, basketball lollies. Am I gonna be the guy that puts Rokubu in B? Am I gonna be the guy that puts a Rokubu in S? No, I'm not. I'm definitely not gonna put it in S. I might be the guy that puts it in B, though. Maybe? I don't know. Do I? I think I do. Rokubu's actually alright, alright? Like, I know, I know it's a lolly fan service vehicle, but, like, but when it gets legit, it's, like, really legit. Like, the basketball can be downright good sometimes, and there's a little bit of suck guy in there. It's still a sports anime in the end, and they still have pretty intense match. The final match that happens in the second season that takes 3 episodes, so fucking good. Such a good match. Man, I have not watched Rokubu in a long time. I watched it like it was like it was like the third anime I ever watched or anything. You know, not counting stuff I watched as a kid or as a teen for that matter. Like, it was the third anime I watched knowing what anime was. But then I rewatched it like not even that long later, honestly, like when I had still only watched like not even 100 anime. So I think I first watched it in like early 2014, and then I think it was like late 2014 I rewatched it, and I think something like that. Maybe 2013 I watched it, late 2013. The thing is, I started watching anime in like late 2013, so it's always kind of like I'm like like the early stuff. I'm like, was it 13 or was it start of 14? Because I started in November. Like, there wasn't much room left to watch stuff in in 13. Especially back then, I was so slow at watching anime. It's funny, most people when they start watching anime, they're like binge machines, you know, they just watch like a shit ton of... I was so slow at the start. Because I wasn't used to subtitles, and I also just wasn't used to watching things in general. I like never watched shows before I watched anime. Like at all. Like I'd occasionally watch a movie, but primarily I'd just play games at home all day and like go on Dueling Network with my friends. Like that was like it. It was like all video games. And so I was not used to like putting time aside to like watch a show and just like sitting there and watching something, and I wasn't used to reading subtitles, and so I'd watch like one episode a day at most. Like that was I'm like, oh, I've hit my limit. I gotta go do something else now. And by the time I hit the point where I was able to start binging things because I had watched it well enough, that was as I was starting to like enter the phase of where you've been watching anime long enough that you don't want to binge everything all the time, and you just kind of watch whatever at a more just chill pace, just whenever you feel like it. So I only had like 1 year where I was like a binge machine. Although I did pick up the pace in 2020. 3 guesses why. But yeah, Rokubu. Man, I went on a tangent that was very unrelated. Because I just thought of that. But yeah, Rokubu, pretty actually legit basketball. I do like the characters, alright. They got me. They got me with the emotional arcs. I ended up caring, alright. I don't know. I'm like being very dismissive of it and feeling like I have to defend my stance just because, I mean, it's Rokubu. I feel like everyone just kind of thinks of it as like a lolly fan service vehicle, and I'm like, well, I actually, like, I'm not memeing here. I actual B tier here. Because it actually is pretty good when it wants to be. It's a shame there was never a third season, or like anything. I feel like if it like came out nowadays, it 100% would be, it would have like fucking got a movie, it would have got a third seasons, because like everything gets new seasons nowadays. Everything gets like full adaptations now, and movies and all kinds of stuff. The industry's, like, it's not all manga bait now. Now it's like, oh, the anime can also be its own product that gets to finished. Maybe someday. Rokubu Revival 2036 when... You know what I'm saying? Watch in 2036. They bring Rokubu back. Rokubu season 3 in 2036. Why did I go? That's so far away. Why did I go that high? That's an absurd time away. This is Room Camp. Although I saved it as Heya Camp. Did I? No, I saved it as Room Camp because it's in the R's. That's weird. I always call it Heya Camp instead of Room Camp. Whatever. It's just in C. It's fine. I mean, I like it. I do like it because the characters are really good. Because it's still just Eurocamp spin-off. But there's not much there, honestly, because it's a short, and it's just kind of the characters being goofy and sweet for a few moments. It has a really nice ending, though. The ending's really sweet, and made me smile. I mean, the whole show makes me smile, though. Just getting more Eurocamp characters while in the break between Season 1 and 2 was good. And just recently we got the movie, the Eurocamp movie. I watched it. It was fucking great. And maybe the movie will be, and hopefully, I don't know, they should do more. They should do another thing while we have to wait for Season 3. Which has at least been announced, thank God. His roommate, yeah, D, I guess. It's, God, there's so many D's this time. Have I gotten more jaded, or did, I don't know, was I just more generous in the past, and I'm more jaded now? I feel like the D tier wasn't this big last time. Maybe I'm crazy. Roommate is super meh. Like, it's a spin-off of One Room, which is hilarious, because I put One Room, like, in B or something? Where did I put One Room? Did I put it in? I thought I put it in B. Where is it? There's no fucking way it'd be in it. Where the fuck is... What, am I blind? There it is. Yeah, it is in B. Okay. I'm blind. But yeah, but Roommate fucking sucks. It's, first of all, I mean, it's guys, which isn't a problem. I'm pan, but the characters aren't nearly as interesting as with One Room. Also, it only has one season, which I would put One Room lower if it was only one season, because the characters I like the most are in, like, seasons 2 and 3 and stuff. Roommate is, like, the characters aren't as good, and it also has, it's weird because you have all three of them at the same time. Like, in One Room, it's you have one girl in a story, and then the other one's, like, a completely separate universe. It's not even, like, meant to be the same Gaia world or anything. It's just another girl with another you in, like, a completely different situation. But Roommate, it's you and then all three of the guys are there and as your roommates, and that makes it weird because that basically makes it like reverse harem-y, and it makes it like all three of them are like only one could win, and it's not just a bunch of different situations where whoever you're with is like who you're with. But yeah, overall it's just pretty boring because the characters aren't as good, and it just, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but the whole construction makes it not as good as One Room, I guess. Here's Rumbling Hearts, based off an Age VN. Will I ever play it? I don't know. Maybe this can be a B. Nah, give it a C. And you know what? I'm gonna give Hey Ya Camp a B because I actually really like it. Rumbling Hearts, C. It's fine, but I feel like the characters in it are pretty much very unlikable. I really hate the I mean, I guess she's kind of the main girl, but this one here, I really freaking hate her. Absolutely horrible person. She does not deserve any happiness ever. The main girl's alright, but also it's just a whole weird situation, and the main guy, I don't know, it's a whole, it's a messy adaptation, because they chose, I mean, if this is one of the routes in the game, it's definitely one of the more interesting ones, and so I am glad that they chose to adapt it that way, unless, like, I don't know, does the accident happen in all the routes anyway? Is that, like, the prologue? I don't know. But if that only happens in one of the routes, then I'm glad they picked that one to adapt, because it makes it, like, way more fucking interesting. But it also just kind of ends in a way where no one's happy, I feel like. I feel like it's like the route where everyone just ends not happy. And it sucks because it's like, I kind of want that ending. Like, as I'm watching it, I'm like, yeah, I don't think everyone here was a piece of shit. I don't think anyone deserves to be happy. And so it ends with no one being happy, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, but that's not satisfying as a viewer to see. It's like the frickin', it's like the bad end, it's like the Mishka route. In Katawa Shoujo, you comfort Mishka. You comfort her. Is it Misha? It's Misha, isn't it? Not Mishka. Why did I say Mishka? Misha? I don't know. You comfort her, and then everything goes to shit. Next is Ryu's work is never done. Misha knows that. Mishka. Yeah, I don't know why I said Mishka instead of Misha. I don't know what was going on there. Comfort Mishka. Anyway, Ryu's work is never done, just to see. It's not particularly great at anything. It's like weird. It's like, sometimes it just becomes like the most trashiest thing alive, because it does just like go a bit ham on the lolly elements, or like harem elements. Like he also has like a sister that's not biologically related that's also in love with him. Like there's a bunch of trashy harem shit in here as well. But then also sometimes it's like really good. Like when it's focusing on a shogi match, it just focuses on that. It doesn't let anything weird get in the way. It's just two people playing shogi. When it There's also this character whose face is just off here in the corner of the cover. She has a really great emotional arc, because of the way Shogi is structured with its ranks and everything. It's like she's basically become too old to be able to like progress the rank. I don't know. It's like a weird. I can't. The ranks are weird. It's like if you're not good by a certain age, then you're just screwed for life. You have to be. You have to be progressing with your age at a certain rate in Shogi. It's fucking weird. It's like once you're over a certain age, it's like, oh, you didn't get to that next rank by that age? You can never get there now. Even if you get better. It's like, why though? Anyway, she's pretty old for her rank, and so she has this whole emotional arc where she's trying to get better. She's got like one last chance, one last tournament, where if she can do good, she can progress her rank, and if not, she will never be able to. Because of age things, it's weird. And she just... He's at it again! Hey, Andrew. Nice video, by the way, the Onimai video. The one about the censorship. I watched it this morning. I didn't leave a comment, because I was just like, yeah, you pretty much said everything. But I liked it. And I just want to say good video. But yeah, she has a really good emotional arc, because she does lose. She does lose, and she's not able to progress her rank, and she gets really, and she has a, like, it's a whole episode that just focuses on her, and the other, like, main characters are just kind of there to the side. And she has this great episode, and then she cries at the end, and it made me cry, so, I mean, this show can actually be really good when it wants to be, but there's also just a bunch of trash in there. There's a naked lolly in episode 1, so, I mean, what can you do? Hope you're well. I'm alright, I'm tired. That's why this stream actually started later than it has been the past few days, because I am sweepy. I'm a sweepy boy. I'm gonna get sweeped up like a broom. I went to sleep at 5 AM. There was a Pastel Memories episode of it. Holy shit, that's funny. Alright, so that's what I was actually meant to get up to yesterday. End of the hours. Only took me like 30 more minutes. Although, to be fair, I spent like 8 minutes in the stream starting soon thing. Normally I only spend 5 there. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm just tired because I went to sleep at 5 AM. So I ended up sleeping more. I like woke up, it was like already like 1:50. I'm like, So I started the stream at like 2:30 instead because I had to eat breakfast and do everything first. But yeah, my nose is a bit runny, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I really want to get this done today and just have it be done, have it be wrapped up. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So less than 70. Like 4 less than 70, so I guess 64, no, 66 probably. Just some quick math there, I think. Anyway, let's start with the S's. S is like the biggest category of letters. Subekebu, I think that's it. Survival Game Club. Survival Game Club is absolutely ridiculous. It's like fucking insane. It's directed by the same guy that directed Yuri Yuri, and you can tell, man, it's like very similar to that, but like even more chaotic energy going on in it. But the OP and ED are like very, very Yuri Yuri. They feel like very similar to that show. The show's fucking nuts. The characters are insane. It's just like, I don't even know how to describe this show, man. It's wacky. It's just, it goes all over the place. Episodes and skits are like completely different from everything else. It's just, it's insane. It's just really insane, really over the top. It's pretty funny though. It has its moments. Sometimes it also has I don't know, kind of not great moments where the comedy's a bit too mean, you know? Main girl in particular is just like the worst person. She's just like an absolute asshole to everyone. And so sometimes the comedy's a little mean, but for the most part it's usually pretty good. I don't know, it's just a wacky comedy that, for me, I mean, it doesn't leave an impact as big as, like, other good comedies, like the ones I put up in S, you know? Because it's just a bit too simple for that, and I'm probably gonna place, like, Yuri Yuri way higher, even though I said it was similar. Because there's just there's a bit too much weird stuff, and sometimes off-putting stuff that is just, like, I think C's the perfectly fine tier for it. It's a worthwhile comedy, but it's also just... I don't know, it's nuts. A little too nuts. Saki! Let's fucking go! Saki's an S tier. S tier. S tier! Saki! I fucking love Saki, guys. It's so good. It's so good. It has no reason to be so good, but it is. I love it so much. It gets me to spend thousands of dollars on fucking collabs with Mahjong Soul. That's such a weird pick. Like, like what a weird thing for Pastel Memories to parody. Like, you're gonna start with Gotcha Yusa, but then you're just gonna do Ryu's work. Like, was it just recent, I guess? Like, what a weird pick. It's such a, like, non-show. Such a weird one to pick to do a parody of. I feel like you'd want to do more common things, especially if you're starting with, like, I don't know, whatever. Right? Well, yeah, it's a weird one. Weird one to pick. Maybe maybe it was just recent and some of the creators like that. I don't fucking know, man. It's a weird pick, though. But yeah, Saki is freaking fantastic. I mean, it's basically a sports anime. Mahjong's as much as a sport as chess is, and I guess as characters actually got a bit way more athleticism in it than most. Yeah, that might be part of it, but I mean, all of the episodes would have been planned out before they went to air, so they obviously thought Gotcha Yusa wouldn't sue them either. They were wrong about that. So I can't imagine it's like, oh, let's do one that'll be so big it might get sued, and then everything else will not. Definitely. It's like, I don't know. Like, as you're seeing it come out, it's easy to think that, but like, they would have made them all before any went to air, so I don't think I think they thought they were safe the whole time. Anyway, Saki, it's basically a sport anime, so there's a bunch of other characters, but like, all of them are good. Like, every character in Saki is super good and super interesting. They do basically all have superpowers, because there's only so many, like, in sports, in, like, more athletic sports, you can have a bunch of different ways that people play and different play styles and stuff, but there's only so many ways you can make someone play Mahjong, because it's not even like chess. It's a luck-based game that does require, you know, logic and planning and knowing what to do and paying attention to what your opponents are doing and everything. But there's still a big luck factor. I remember in Saki they give the statistic that even pro players, their win rate's only a little over 50%, because just statistically sometimes you're going to get fucked over and sometimes your opponents are going to get lucky, even if they're worse than you. And it's like... So you can only have so many ways that someone can play. So instead you just give them like an affinity for a specific strat, or you give them affinity for a specific hand, and then you give them superpowers so that if the right conditions are met, they win that hand instantly. And then later it just gets even more absurd because they've like run out of hands and strategies, so they're just like, yeah, they can just control every single draw. Or there's that one girl where no one can see her discards because she lacks presence, so no one can see her discards, and that is like, so no one knows what hands she's going for. It's like ridiculous stuff like that. It's like, that's not a thing anyone can do in real life, but it happens in Saki. They just do have superpowers. It's so funny because the show's like a little coy about it at the start. It's like, well, he's not so, but then eventually even the show admits it's like, yeah, no, these are superpowers. There's one girl, eventually they have so many characters with gimmicks that one girl's gimmick is that she has no gimmick. She's just a normal girl trying to play Mahjong. And she even says that in the show. She says, I just wanted to play a normal game of Mahjong. What's with these people? And then later she wins a hand and she's like, don't underestimate me because I don't have superpowers. That's a line in the show. That's a literal line. Like, eventually the author's like, not even fucking hiding it. They're just like, oh yeah, no, everyone has Mahjong-based superpowers for some fucking reason. It's great though. It's so much fun. And it's so good. And the matches are so long because it's like Mahjong. So you got to go around the table, and obviously if the same person wins a few times in a row, then the games are going to be even longer. And so once they get into like the second season with the nationals, it's like they can make the matches go for so damn long because they want to show everyone off as well. So they got to have each kind of character on the table has to have their own bit where they get a bit of a winning streak, and so it means that obviously that's going to happen when they're at the head, and so it just kind of goes around. And then at the end, Saki will make some big move to take it back, even though she probably went first, you know. But yeah. And also, that's the other thing, like, even though they do, you know, one person from each school in a four people on a table, they then have to do that multiple times so that you can see each member from each school, and also each member from the main school. So it... like, yeah, but also that means they can like do a lot of characters at once, since each match is able to cover, like, it can be so long because yeah, it's covering 3 enemy schools at once instead of just one, and so it becomes a bit easier to. They're so long, but at the same time they're covering much more ground per match, so it basically adds up to being the same. But yeah, Saki's fucking great. It's just so much fun. I love the characters so much. There's so many good characters in there. And I'm so happy that the best ones finally got added to Mahjong Soul. Let's fucking go, bro. I can't believe I called that. I called literally everything that happened. Everything that happened I called in the second Mahjong Soul collab. I was like, give me these 2 characters. And I got those 2 characters. I was like, alright, give me skins for... let me have a way to acquire the characters from the last collab. They're like, yep. And I'm like, and give me new skins for the older characters as well. And they fucking did. The Mad Lads. They're insane. Blessed with foresight. Yeah, it's my Mahjong, it's my Mahjong superpower. My superpower is I can correctly predict how Mahjong Soul collabs will play out. Probably not, actually, but that was still crazy that I was like, these are all the things I want, and then Mahjong, the second collab's just like, alright, that's literally everything you want is here. There's not a single thing missing. It was great. Blessed with foresight. I could have predicted the side A characters too, but I never would have predicted, Toki. Is that a name? I can't even remember her name. I never would have predicted her being added. It makes sense in retrospect, because she's a really popular character, so much so that she has her own spin-off manga, but I wouldn't have predicted it to happen yet. I would have predicted them to do, like, 2 side A characters. I mean, she's technically also she's a side character from side A that then got the spin-off, and she's not in the main series, but still, it's like, it just feels like another main character because she has her own series. Anyway, but yeah, Saki's fucking great. I love it so much. Give us a 3rd season, you fucking cowards. They should be seeing this, right? They should be seeing that they got the second collab with Mahjong Soul, and the voice actors came back, and they were all like, oh, it's been so long since I voiced this character, and they should see that people spend an absurd amount of... Mahjong Soul shot up to the top of the fucking App Store, and it made so much money that the fucking... their processing for the payments got shut down and everything. Like, people love Saki, and the manga and like almost all of its spin-offs are still going. I think there's only like 1 spin-off that's actually ended, and it's because it's a gag spin-off. It's like just a gag chibi version thing for Coma. I think that's the only one that's actually finished. And then, like, why? Why is there not more anime? Can't they see how popular it is? Anyway, here's Sakura Trick, just to see. Sakura Trick's nothing special. It's pretty cute, but it's kind of like the opposite of, like... What was that? What the f... No, everything's fine, right? For some reason I thought my stream cut out. What the heck? I don't know why I thought that. That was weird. Apparently Ryu's work has sold like 2 million copies. Not bad. I guess that's not bad. Depends how many volumes they have, really. If there's a ton of volumes, that might be bad. I don't like pushy character. Was she pushy? I don't remember that happening. They were both kind of into it, to be honest. Sakura Trick's like the opposite of like Adachi to Shimamura. Shimamura is like a really slow burn. The characters like never kiss. There's not much fan service going on. It's just one of them likes the other, and it's like this real slow burn. Even the manga, everyone said it's like a super slow burner, and it's just slowly waiting to see if the other girl will also end up liking her. But then Sakura Trick is just like they just get right into it. Very early on, they start making out, and then they're fucking macking on each other like every other episode. Like every episode, actually, not every other episode. Every episode, every episode they make. Oh my god, there's this great gag video of Sakura Trick, the Demolition D made, but it's I can't show it on stream because it'll probably get copyright claimed, because he was complaining about it getting copyright claim, which is why he made a better edit of it that like that like had like fucking it's ridiculous. It's really hard to explain it, but it's like it's just fucking so funny, and I think of that every time I think of Sakura Trick. But yeah, it's just the pinnacle of enlightenment, you know? Girl on girlgasm. Vagina bop. Yeah, it's just a ridiculous show. It's very like, it very like leans into the ecchi of like 2 hot girls making out. My ex-girlfriend wanted to read it or watch it or something. Because she for some reason liked girl love stories. Even though she was straight. I don't get it either. Oh, here we have Sagarada Reset, the show that I never know how to rate because it's such a weird case. What do I do with you, Sagarada Reset? What do I do with you? You weird fucking terrible piece of shit show. How do I describe it? I don't. This is like Sagarada Reset's. It's just such a weird one. The flip in the first. Yeah, the where they. Are you talking about? Yeah, where she grabs her legs and they like do the fucking flip from like one balcony to the other. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, that's Sakura Trick if that's what you're thinking of. We're gonna break physics. They're lesbians. They don't need to abide by conventional physics. Alright, lesbians don't follow normal physics. I don't know where to put Sagarada Reset, guys. I'm gonna be honest. It's such a weird case. 'Cause like really cool moments and concepts, but they get stuck on some terrible plot points. This show, yeah, I mean, it fucking sucks. It's a piece of garbage, and I love it. That's the problem I'm kind of facing. It's the only show where I feel that way. You know, usually I feel like there's no objective, and there's only subjective. And so if I like a show, I like a show. If I dislike it, I dislike it. But Sagarada Reset is like one where like no matter what I think it is a terrible piece of garbage that shouldn't exist. Yet at the same time, I like it, and I don't know why. It's weird. I think I'll put it in C, I guess. Here's the thing, it's got some edgy shit in it, like when the guy fucking makes the girl blow his head up and then resets time with the other girl. Yeah, there's the pictures, like all the powers and like the concepts are cool, but it's terribly written because the main guy is like a all according to Keikaku kind of character where he just knows what's gonna happen, and it's one of those poorly written shows that has a main character like that, where it's like, oh, the writer clearly wasn't actually smart enough to think up of a really clever way for the main character to use the rules to his advantage and everything. So instead, it just ends up being like most of those slightly edgy, all according to Keikaku shows, where the main guy is just like, he just solves it, and it's like absolute bullshit that would ever happen that way. But it's like it's not that the main character's smart, it's that he did a bunch of random shit and it worked out. Like, that's not what a smart person... It's not a smart plan. It's like, it could very easily not work, but when you have a bad writer, it's like, oh, I'll just have them do this and it'll work. And it's like, sure, no enemy would ever predict that, because it's not guaranteed to work at all. They just got lucky that it did work. And so instead, it's just more so the main character gets lucky over and over and everything lines up to happen to help them, even though they're usually doing, like, fucking shit you do when you're backed into a corner and have no idea what to do and do, like, panic options that just happen to work. And I think that's why I notice that the show is bad, because it's got all these aspects that, like, are shit I usually hate. But then it's all, but then for some reason I like it. And I guess it's because the ideas that it has and the powers that the characters have are interesting, but then they're all just so poorly used that I'm like, oh, this show's shit, but I like it. So I think that's, I guess that's why it's that way. It just, yeah, it's weird. Maybe I'll chuck it in D. D's getting big. D's getting big. Hey, Sakura-so. A tier. I have to. Do I have to, actually? Yes, I have to. It's funny, because Sakura-so was my favorite anime for a while, and then Golden Time was my favorite. But now I'm putting Golden Time lower than Sakura-so. So, you know, I think that's just... I think just with time, I've kept liking Sakura-so quite a lot, and Golden Time's fallen a bit. Golden Time's still great, but, Sakura-so is really great. I really like Sakura-so. I like all the characters a lot. The characters are kind of the best part of the show. As usual, childhood friend is the best girl, and she loses. Because of course she does, but she's the best one. I don't know. I just really like Sakura-so. It's just a bunch of fucking, like, wacky, eccentric people having to live in an off-campus dorm because they're fucking insane. Sakura-so, go figure Vid stops when you... Go figure Vid stops when you pick up that. What? What stop? Nothing stopped. Did it lag? Are we all good? I put it in A. But what about that bit where they changed the meal from a glorious Japanese meal to some filthy Korean? I don't remember this. What? Is that a thing that happens? I don't remember that at all. Does that not make you angry, fellow Japanese otaku patriot? I don't even remember this. Oh my god, it's been so many years since I rewatched Sakura-so, bro. I'm not gonna remember something like that. Oh, that's fucking funny though. Korea's cool though. Korea's cool though. I went to Korea recently. I'm fine with Korea. It's like... Korea's just a slightly more Western Japan in the end. Or at least South Korea is. Which makes sense considering America and Japan are like the two countries that they've kind of had the most contact with in their history. Loved the whole show. Ending was trash. Was it? I don't remember the ending being trash. Ending was way more trash than like Golden Time. I was fine with the ending in Sakura, so it was a pretty standard ending. They just like confirmed the main couple. What? Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Look, he loves Amelia. What can I say? Look, did you ever expect the childhood friend to actually win? Childhood friends don't win. Childhood friends don't win, alright? They never win. If you thought she was gonna win, you were clinging on to some false hope right there. Right? Light novels and manga where childhood friends go to die. In VNs, they get to win because every route is a possibility. But that's it. It's true. It's true, they do that. But yeah, I like Sakura so. I don't really have a problem with the ending because there's nothing in the ending that's like weird. Like, yeah, I don't agree with who won, but that's not enough to make me hate an ending in shows like this. Golden Time, I don't hate because of like who won or anything. I hate that Golden Time ending because it's fucking insane. Like, it's just absurd shit going on that makes no sense. The Sakura Sode. Well, either way, I was fine with Sakura so I like it. It's pretty good. I just like, I don't know, all the characters are great, and it was the first kind of big, I don't know, it was the first like romance show that I watched where it like starts as a rom-com and then as time goes on it becomes a like way more drama focused and there's a lot less comedy. Although it still has really good comedic timing. I think Sakura so is probably one of the better like rom-com to romance drama that retains really good comedic timing because it still is able to tell jokes even in the later episodes and like flip between comedy and drama pretty easily and it like never feels jarring. It's like they just like get it. They just get how to flow from one to the other like that. Uses. Verb. What is it? No. Adverb? It'd be an adjective, right? No, it'd be a verb, yeah. It's a verb. Verb used with object. Just because completely Sakura said its ending, yeah. I don't know, because she was the main character, it's like, I wasn't too surprised by the fact that she won in the end. You can't expect childhood friends to win. You'll just be hurt in the end. Samurai Champloo, probably an A tier as well. Show's really good. I rewatched it this year, actually. Well, last year, 2022. Actually, was it? No, it was 2021 that I rewatched it, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Man, it feels like it was not that long ago that I rewatched it, but yeah, that's actually correct. I've watched the whole thing like 5 times, though. Samurai Champloo is fucking great. Really good work. It's by, what's his name? Shinichiro Watanabe. Yeah, the Cowboy Bebop guy. And it's just fucking fantastic. I love it so much. The animation's great. The characters are great. All the different, like, stuff is just great. I mean, maybe if you're, like, in Japan, the, like, Japanese history parts aren't as interesting. But I think they're super neat. You know, it's another show where, like, after episodes, I would like to do little research and check things that, like, didn't make sense to me, like, just double-check things to see if they were factual and stuff like that. I just like learning about that stuff, and Samurai Champloo ended up being a good vehicle for that, the same kind of way Heike Story did. Character's great, story's really fun. I really like the ending of it. It's just, like, super bittersweet, but in like a good way. It's like a bittersweet that makes me feel more of the happy than the sad. The fight scenes in this are fucking crazy. Oh my god, it was so funny. This is another show where I have a classic, like, person that doesn't know anime reaction. Um, my friend, has it on Blu-ray, and he said that he showed it to his girlfriend, and in the first episode, when they're, like, fucking breaking people's finger and Mugen, like, cuts off a guy's hand, he's like, she was so surprised. She's like, I thought it was, like cartoons. I didn't think they'd be, like, cutting people's arms off and shit, and I was just laughing. I was like, that's so fucking funny. I always love those, like, reactions from people that are just like, well, it's cartoon, right? That means it's for kids, and then you show them like any mature anime, and they're just like, no, no. Heck, you can show them shit made for kids, and they'll probably be like, no, it's not for kids, because people just don't. It's just like, yeah, it's just different standards. But yeah, Samurai Champloo's great. What was the other thing I was gonna say about it? There was like one more thing I was gonna say about it. Oh right, I do think the like kind of concept that it talks about, that it explores as well, about Japanese being able to shift its culture by taking in foreign elements, I think is really interesting, because that is something that, like, I don't know, like Japan's like, as a country, as a culture, Japan is basically dying, and has been for quite a while, and that's explored a lot in the show. They kind of reflect the modern Japanese dying with the past, when like the samurai age died. They keep talking about stuff like that, and then of course Mugen has a bunch of, like, you know, he does like fucking hip-hop dance moves and a bunch of other shit, and also the show is just steeped in a bunch of kind of Western culture stuff being supplanted into modern day, into like ancient Japan, sorry, not modern day, Edo period Japan. And then it's like, and it's just like, you know, it's about Japan being able to morph its culture around foreign influences without destroying itself, and still remaining distinctly Japanese, but taking those elements and warping it into its own version of them, and stuff like that. And I think that is really interesting, especially, it's just, it's become more and more almost relevant to have to think about that stuff as time goes on, and Japan continues to not be able to solve its biggest problems. Especially, and like recently, like, you know, an anime keeps booming, and so many fans just have this resistance to accepting anything that isn't made in Japan as anime, even though anime directors keep giving interviews where they're like, hey, can more people outside of Japan make anime, please, so that the entire medium and movement that is anime doesn't die. And then it's like, yeah, but every time people outside of Japan make anime, everyone, all the fucking losers in the West go, but that's not anime because it's not made by Japan. It doesn't count. Even though the people that make what you consider to actually be anime are saying, yes, more Western anime, please. Because it can't exist if it's just limited to Japan. It'll die out eventually. It'll explode. And with 60 new shows this season, yeah, I think the bubble's getting really fucking close to bursting. It's gonna be an absolute shit show when it does. Anyway, Sword Art Online, F. I just can't. I can't place it higher. All seasons of SAO School Days. 2 winners coming up. I mean, just because the show, not sure I've watched that, lol. Oh, right, just because the show. I haven't seen that, but I know of it, you know. If you placed it higher, I'd have words. Yeah, this is all seasons. It's season 1, it's season 2, it's alternative, it's, I mean, not alternative, Alicization, it's Alicization, War of the Underworld, it's Alicization War of the Underworld Part 2. That fucking long-ass title, bro. After all the yelling about the day I became God, lol, hey, put it in D. Yeah, no, Sword Art Online is fucking ridiculous, bro. It has some stuff that I like. The character designs for it are really good. Asuna is like one of the best designed characters like ever. Everything about her design works so well. The game worlds are usually really interesting, and they're interesting in a way where when you see them, you're like, man, I would want to play a game in that environment, but the mechanics always make no sense, because the author, Rukiko Ohara, he said he's not a gamer, and he's also not, like, he's like, oh yeah, I don't really play games, so that's why it makes sense that all the game mechanics in these games are, like, ridiculous, and it'd be, like, it's like, it kind of works for, like, the story he's telling and, like, constructing narratives around it, but it's like, no one would actually play that game, though, in real life. That'd be a terrible fucking experience. But it works when you want to have a cool main character, basically. Computer spirits, implants, and time travel Kirito. I mean, I'm fine with all that, because, again, it explains it within the show. Like, it talks about the Fluctlight and everything. It's like, that's a made-up concept. Reminder. A reminder what I said about Day I Became God. If Day I Became God just didn't explain it or made it have a made-up name, I'd honestly be fine with it. But they specifically said something that's real, and so I ended up drawing the comparison to the real-life version, because that's what I'm gonna do when you mention stuff that's real. But this doesn't. It has the thing. What is it? The nerve gear. It has the different version of the goggles that come out later. It has, like, Fluctlights, which are, like, the souls of humans and shit. It's like, none of that's real. It's just made up fucking sci-fi shit, so it's like, yeah, alright, it's a sci-fi show, whatever. Like, when it's made up stuff, it's just like, I can just accept it. They can give whatever rules they want to made up things. It's like what I said about, you know, Attack on Titan. It's all made up, but they follow their own rules consistently. You can just make your own rules for made up stuff. Do they? I mean, maybe. I can't even remember. Here's the thing, though. That's not even my main issue with it. Like, like, yeah, I put it in F, but it's not because of that or anything. I mean, it's all absurd technology anyway, but that's not even, like, everything else, all of its other issues overshadow that so much that I don't even think about it. I guess if it had less of the bigger issues, maybe I would eventually hone in on that aspect as being a problem. But I have so much bigger things to complain about with this fucking show, so I think it just ends up taking a backseat as another one of the smaller issues that exist within this. This thing has like a bajillion fucking issues. Mother's Rosario Season 1, first call and first segment of Alicization was good. Mother's Rosario is really good. The first cause, alright. Even I have my issues with the first core. I know most people only started to hate it with the second core, but I have my issues with the first core too. And yeah, and I did like the first segment of Alicization as well. Just like basically up to the Alicization part before it became War of the Underworld was really good. The following harem waiting for the handout. I mean, it's the Spurned Women's Club, you know? Kirito goes to a new game, meets a new girl, brings her back, and he's like, alright, I'm already, you know, engaged to Asuna, but here's all my other girls that are obsessed with me because I saved them. You can join this group. Does it with Shinon, does it with Alice. Although Alice becomes, like more important, because I know in not the next arc, but the arc after that, once it's actually a different world and a different game, Alice comes with. It's Kirito, Asuna, and Alice. It's like, oh, the power of Saberface, am I right? Yo, Splatoon music. I had a VR waiting room for the waifu. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is just, there's so much I can say and complain about with Sword Art Online, but the main point is, there's some things I like, there are a lot more things I dislike, but the main reason it gets put in F, and that no matter how good it gets in the future, it'll never escape F, is because it's just an offensive piece of shit artwork, and even when it tries to do better, it can't do better, and it continues to fall back on really disgusting, shitty tropes that offend me to my very core, and I think the world would be a better place if this piece of art didn't exist. And so it just has to... It just will always be an F, because it has always done irreparable damage to its own reputation, to the point that, you know, once you start offending people, it's over. You can't... I'm always going to put you in F then, because that's like one of the worst things a piece of art can be. One of them is boring, as I said, it's meant to entertain me, and the other is offensive, for the same reasons. I spent the time to watch your piece of art, what are you going to tell me? And if one's bore me, or the others offend me, it's like, well, fuck you too, I guess. Absolute piece of shit. Doesn't age well. Bro, it came out as rotten milk. At least the bad parts of it did. I don't think there's any aging issue. In fact, I think visually it ages quite well, at least, because it was like one of the early shows to do like digital integration. And the later seasons have also done really good with that. Honestly, sometimes the visuals are like ahead of their time almost every time a season comes out. But I assume you're talking about, I don't know, themes and stuff, but I feel like they were always bad even when they came out. It's not like this thing's from like the fucking 70s, like story and concepts in it. I mean, the fact that it's like set in like 2020 is like kind of funny. Or is it 2021 or 2022? I just know there's a Twitter account that tweets as if Sword Art Online is actually happening. And earlier I saw them like make a tweet about how like this has been called the SAO, like SAO comes out today, and then there was a tweet like it's been named the SAO disaster, and like it's like a news report type tweet about the disaster happening. It started a trend. I mean, it definitely did. It wasn't the first to do it, but it was the first to do it that got like insanely popular and just started like so much other people trying to do the same thing. Yeah, Dot Hack and others like that, yeah. It was never unique in anything like that, it was just the first one to get popular, kind of doing stuff that a lot of other works had done. It just kind of hit it big. Right place, right time, I guess. Which is so funny as well, because Sword Art Online, I think, is a great way to track kind of the growth of anime in recent years, just because there is a video from 2013, I think, where someone reviews Sword Art Online, and in it they say, at the time of writing, it is the most popular show on my anime list. Or they say it's like in the top 2 or something, or top 5. And they mention with like 300,000 members. 300,000 members. That's so little now. And it's so funny to think back then, like, 300,000 was like, oh, you're like top of the site, you're like one of the most seen anime. Now it's like all the top stuff that like has over 2 million people, which is like so much more than 300,000. Like it's that's more than like 6 times that many people to have like 2 million, which is what like Death Note and Attack on Titan and I think Sword Art's also past 2 million. That's like what they have or at the top. It's like, yeah, anime has really boomed in the last decade, and you can just that alone like kind of like proves it. It's like a decade ago, 300,000 was some of the biggest stuff. Now it's like 2 million's the biggest stuff. Such a huge difference. Even just on that one site, obviously there's like more than 2 million people that have watched Attack on Titan, but it's like, just because it's the same site, it's a good reference point from then to now. It's like, that's how much things have changed. Anyone that thinks anime is still niche is living in a fantasy world. School days. What am I gonna do with you, school days? I think I'm gonna put you in B. D highest? No, I like School Days. I actually like School Days. I don't like the main character, but you're not meant to. That's the thing. You're absolutely not, dude. That's the thing everyone missed though. Is like you're meant to hate him. They purposefully did the dickhead route. The ending is only good thing about it. Exactly. The whole point was School Days is kind of infamous for its like, its bad endings, and so they're like, what if we do that like really infamous bad ending? What if we do the nice boat ending? No, nice boat. And he's the pair for the entire garbage series. Exactly, but that, like, if you're meant to hate the character. If you're hating the character, the show's literally doing the right thing. You're getting the experience that it wants you to have. It's succeeding in its goal. So shouldn't we be like, yes, it did, in terms of making a shitty character, it did that really well. That was its intention, and that's what it did. Like, it did, it was correct. It's not entertaining? Well, there's the difference in opinion. I find it quite entertaining. But yeah, School Days was infamous for its bad endings, so they decided to do one of the crazy bad endings, which is like where if you're a dickhead and you try to fuck all the girls, they eventually kill you. You know, drowning in bitches, get left gasping for stitches. Kind of like Kirito. Kirito's drowning in bitches. Fuck your girlfriend or your sister. Can't have both. But School Days, I don't know. I like it, alright? The animation's pretty good. The character designs are fairly nice. I think it's interesting to just watch this asshole be a complete dick and then absolutely just gets what's coming to him as everything spirals out of control. And he's like, you know, there's like that scene where he's out and he's just sitting there and he's like, oh, everything was so good until recently. Why is everything going to shit? And it's like, yes. Yes. And then he gets killed at the end, of course. And then the other girl kills the other girl and cuts open a tum-tum to see if there's a baby, and there isn't. And then they go on a boat. And it's a nice boat. Nice boat. Nice boat. Without the context of the ending, you were entertained by him being a dick for 95% of it? I don't know. I didn't know about the ending when I watched it. I definitely hated him, but I don't know. I just kind of got the show's vibe that I was meant to be seeing all of this as terrible actions and not supporting him, and I don't know. It didn't make it not entertaining for me. For the most part, I was kind of like, man, this guy's a piece of shit. But like, I don't know. I don't remember really hating it that much. The problem is, if I tried to rewatch it, I would already know the ending, so I can only try and recall what I remember thinking at the time, but I don't know, it just worked for me, and at the end I was satisfied with it, because, like, yeah, he fucking got gormed. I don't know how to explain it, it works for me to be like, yeah, I don't know how I explain the midpoints and stuff, and how I felt that, but I don't know, it just worked for me, I guess. But yeah, pretty fucking wild. I'm definitely interested in playing the visual novel. I want to play I kind of want to play the visual novel. Although I don't know if the, like, more normal routes are just, like, incredibly normal visual novel stuff, and it's just if you decide to do the fuck everyone around that shit gets wacky, but I would be kind of interested in the VN. I know it's been translated. Just USA did it, so at least I think it was Just USA. It was either them or Manga Gamer, but I mean, that's everything, right? So you have Tanya the Evil, or Yojo Senki, definitely an A-tier show. I really like Tanya. I'm really excited for season 2. So this is like, yeah, this is obviously season 1 and the movie. I have seen the movie. I saw the movie pretty much right away. This is another show, just like all the others except for Konosuba, that I watched specifically for the sake of having context for Isekai Quartet. And it was the first one that I actually watched. Well, I mean, I'd already seen Konosuba, but then once I was like, I'll watch all the I'll watch the other 4 shows that are, and then I'll watch Isekai Quartet after that. And then I watched Shield Hero and Cautious Hero, and then I watched Season 2 of Isekai Quartet. That was fun, though, being able to set a goal like that and be like, here's a list of shows that I will watch, and then I was able to easily just binge them right after the other, because I had a goal that I was working towards. It was kind of a fun way to set up watching shows, but... I watched Tanya first, and yeah, it was so freaking good. And I remember at the time, I actually forgot that there was a movie for it, because the movie was already out, but I forgot about it. But then I was on Crunchyroll, and the movie was on Crunchyroll, so when I finished the series, it was like, up next was the movie, and I'm like, oh, there's a movie. And so then I watched the movie, like, the next day. And I have rewatched the movie, but I have not rewatched the main series, because there was a watch-along on the forums, but I moved in the middle of it, so I didn't watch the show, but then I was in my new house, set back up and everything with my computer, in time for the day when we watched the movie, so then I did rewatch the movie. It's a really good movie. But yeah, I like Tanya. It's actually pretty fun. I like the way that its side characters get developed over time, because like at the start, you don't know any of their names. There's like Tanya and like you kind of know Victoria. But then, like, over time, you start to, like, kind of notice each of the main, like, teammates that are important and have names, and you slowly get used to them over time. It's basically everyone that ended up getting pulled to the Isekai Quartet world as well. Like, Weiss and Grants and stuff. And, yeah, I just think it's a really fairly fun and interesting, basically, war story. I don't know, there's a little bit of politics in there, but for the most part, it's mainly just a war story. And, yeah, I don't know, I just like it. It's really well told, got good animation, really good sound design as well. In particular, I noticed that with the movie, like, the sound design was off the charts good. You really feel the impact of, like, every shot and explosion and everything. Like, it's just... The sound design is really helping sell a lot of it. I feel like I'm getting worse and worse at explaining why I like things as I go through this list. 7 Deadly Sins. This is just the first 3 seasons. Keeping in mind that the second season is like 2 episodes. I think. Yeah, it's the first 3 seasons, which is before it got handed off to a different studio. So they did the 3 seasons, and then they did a movie, and then it got handed off to a different studio, and that's when everyone started complaining about it being shit. So this is before it started going to shit, and for that reason, I can put it in B. Season 1 in particular is really good. Honestly, it would have been... I think overall the show would be better if it had just ended with Season 1, because Season 1 is really good. Season 2 is 2 episodes, so who cares? Season 3 is not as good as Season 1. It also has a huge problem of just introducing way too many characters, bringing back way too many characters, including a bunch we thought we were dead, and giving names to, like... everything. Like, there's so many different, like, groups of people, and they, like, each get names. Like, the author's obsessed with having named things. Like, oh, they're the 7 Deadly Sins, and then there's, like, the Holy Knights, and there's the Sky Pirates, and there's the 12 Commandments, and there's this and that. There's so many fucking names for different groups of people, and it's fucking insane, bro. It's insane how much they do it. But I guess the author just really likes having named groups all over the place, because it's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, the second season's still alright. I mean, third season's still alright. I'm just worried about watching more, because, you know, I've heard how it goes to shit. And now there's like 7 seasons or something, and like another movie. And I think there's also the sequel manga that's like about the main guy's kid has also become an anime at this point as well now. There's so much stuff I haven't watched from 7 Deadly Sins, but like, I don't know if I ever will, because I haven't liked what I've heard, but hey, maybe I will someday. But for now, first 3 seasons are all I've seen, and they're pretty alright. Well, the first season's really good. Third season's mostly pretty good. At least the animation's still good. And that's kind of the main problem that people have with it after that, so... what was the other thing I was going to say? There was some other point I had that I'm forgetting. Well, I guess I've forgotten it then. Really good first season, not as good third season. Barely existent second season. B is good enough for it. Probably A for just if the first season was just on its own. A, but yeah. Overall, first 3 seasons, B. Pretty good. I've also heard that the mobile game is like one of the best fucking gacha mobile games like ever. The 7 Deadly Sins mobile game, but I wouldn't know, I haven't played it. Here we have a show that's name I can't even remember. I dropped it after 2 episodes after watching it on a whim, and I didn't even know the concept before watching it. I just randomly picked it, randomly started watching it, dropped it after 2 episodes, and I don't even really know much of what happened in those 2 episodes. A bunch of stuff happened, and I was like, alright. It still hasn't really explained the plot to me or got moving at all, or explained the world, so I don't even know what's happening here. And I dropped it. I think I was just intrigued by the cover, because the cover does look neat. Look at it. It's pretty neat looking. But yeah, I just watched 2 episodes and dropped it. I don't even know. It's weird that I even watched it. It goes in there because it's just like, it's such a nothing in my mind. Like, it's... Renge Murta art, that's why. That would make sense. The art is really nice on the cover there. And I think that's what pulled me in, but then I was just like, I don't know what's going on here. It's not really interesting me. It's not grabbing my attention in any way, and so I just dropped it because it was just like Shangri-La, that was it. Shangri-La. That's such a bad joke. Yeah, that was it. Really enjoyed it? Damn, well, it was pretty early on in my anime days that I watched it, if I remember correctly. Actually, let me check Mal. Let's see what Mal says about when I watched it. Oh no, wait, I dropped it, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, I get rid of the start date when I drop something, because then I also don't have an end date for it then, so I get rid of the start date. So drop stuff doesn't have dates. I don't know, it was a long time ago that I watched it, and it was completely on a whim without knowing anything about it, and it just didn't grab me in like the first 2 episodes, so I ended up dropping it. Probably would be, I don't know, it'd probably be fair to give it another chance. But I don't know, maybe I would still feel the same, who knows. But for now it goes in the D tier. The nothing burger tier, as Andrew would say, as he always says, that term that he always says all the time. I'm sorry, it's just so funny, because for some reason you really hate that you said it that one time, so I just like to pretend you say it all the time. I don't know why you hate it so much. Here's Shelter, put it in B, I suppose. Shelter's pretty alright, but I feel like I would have given it an A or even S in the past. I give it a B now because as time's gone on and I've listened to it more, the song isn't as good as I feel like listening to it over and over, it's kinda, I don't know, it's not as good as I used to think it is. I think less of it now. And also, it's kind of blatantly obvious that the only reason the music video is like really sad is because it's like, oh look, cute little girl, and her dad saves her, and it's just a bunch of shots of the girl being like cute before she gets put in the like cryo thingy and all that. Oh no, you're one of those people. What do you mean one of those people? What, what, that makes fun of you for the one time you said nothing burger? Or is this about my Shelter opinion? Oh, that. I mean, it is really beautifully animated and everything. I'm just saying that, like, over time, it does have less impact because it just doesn't hit as hard. Honestly, I feel. If it was a fat girl, no one would have liked it. I don't think that. I wouldn't say something that absurd. I'm not saying it's the only reason it was impactful. I just think over time it's become more obvious that that's a big part of it. Like I think it is just. I'm not saying that lessens the actual work in a general sense, but it does for me personally. It does lessen my impact as I watch it more because there's just less there to glom onto, and it doesn't really make me sad anymore. I just kind of watch it and it's like, yep, that's a thing that I've watched. It's beautifully animated, and so I still do like watching it for that. A lot of the early stuff when she's like her older version as she's running around, it's just the later stuff when they show her as a kid. It's like there's not really much there to glom onto because there's just not much personality there. When she's older and she's like drawing and she goes around the world and creates stuff and she's like looking around, it's like I feel the personality there. Especially when she starts to get more sad and lonely and there's like that shot of her walking through the like forest, that like dead trees that have all these like red and white lights on them and stuff. That part's really cool. It's just I don't think the little girl parts at the end hit me as hard as they used to anymore because I don't know, maybe it's because I see it coming, but I feel like part of it is just like, yeah, there's not much there. Yeah, that's the thing I was saying at the first point as well. The song isn't nearly as good as the first times I heard it as well either. It still comes up a lot just because like YouTube like auto plays it to me a bunch. Yeah, honestly I think it's pretty good, but yeah, I think the emotional impact of the ending part just doesn't hit as hard once you've seen it enough times because her little girl form doesn't get much development, but like her older form gets like way more in that 1 minute to kind of show off her personality and stuff and do things. So I like that form of her a lot more, but there's no real. I mean, there is emotional impact with her like being sad and stuff, but it's definitely the end part that hits the hardest, and I feel like it gets lessened the more you see it. But maybe that's just normal. It was 6 minutes. Yeah, I guess it was. But yeah. It always feels like it too. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much early stuff with her, like, running around and making the world and stuff, and, like... And then when it, like, slows down and gets sad and it shows her on a cliffside, it shows her walking through that forest with dead trees that have lights on them, shows her being sad in the bath. There's a bunch of stuff, and then like after that it starts showing the child stuff, and the child stuff is like a minute, which is like, you know, I think that's the part most people remember the most. Oh man, I mean, yeah, maybe. I feel like a bunch of people probably would have bought that, but I don't know. I mean, it was made in conjunction with. It was like what? Crunchyroll and what studio? A1? Was it A1? It feels like it's way too good to be A1, you know what I mean? Like, you look at how well animated it is, you're like, this can't be A1. I'm gonna check. Well, I'll be damned, it was A1. That's so weird. It's so better than anything else they've ever made in terms of animation. But that makes sense when everyone who works for A1 is a contractor and they have no actual permanent staff members, so... They don't do insane stuff. They do insane cuts mixed in with mediocre animation, and the show is good because of its story and not because of what A1 adds to it. When they want. When the source material is good and when they hire a good director. You need to remember, A1 has no permanent staff. I'm serious. A1 has no permanent directors or people that work for A1 or even animators. Everything is outsourced by A1. So when A1 does something good, I don't think, oh, A1 is a good studio. I think, oh, this time they hired good people, because that's really what it is. They always they contract people. They're like a contracting studio. They're not a permanent one. You can come to A1 and be like, hey, will you like help give me the funding to make this show? Which is why so many shows like start not at A1 and then sometimes get sequels at A1. There's a lot of shows like that have like a season 2 at A1. And it's because, like, yeah, the main studio wasn't going to do it, so the director or whoever cared about it grabbed it. No, it's not, though. I'm not talking about, like, oh, they outsourced the animation to China. I'm talking about they have no permanent staff members. Like, none. They're not, though. Silverlink, Shaft, like, fucking, what's that other one called? Science Saru, like most other studios, JC Staff, all of them like have permanent staff members. Yes, they'll sometimes bring in directors or other people from outside of it occasionally, and sometimes people just aren't like tied to a studio specifically. But A1 literally has no permanent staff that are creatives. Everyone that works there is like higher up officials that like run the company. Like there's no one who works just at A1, because they literally don't have creative staffs that they keep employed. They just do contract work. Everyone's on a temporary contract when they make something at A1. They usually then, you know, keep the same people if they make, like, a sequel. Like, they'll be like, hey, you're the director of the first season, you want to do the second season, and they'll make a new contract. But no creative is permanently staffed at A1. And that's why they have, like, such a wide range of styles. I mean, that's why you said, like, they do insane stuff when they want, but that's because, like, it's such a mixed bag with A1, because, like, it just depends who they got working on it, which could be anyone, you know. There's no consistency like with other studios. Other studios have like a set identity, you know, like Madhouse, Shaft, KyoAni, Trigger, UFO Table, even like Dean, JC Stuff, like even David Productions, Science Saru. Like I could keep going on. Like they have like a identity. A1's just so all over the place. And so yeah, sometimes they make really good stuff, but sometimes they also make really bad stuff. There's some wonky stuff in A1's catalog, and that's the thing. It's like I can't as a blanket say I like or dislike A1 because it's on a case-by-case basis for me, just because like yeah, it just depends if they got like good directors and stuff. I mean, I'm already someone who tries to like not pay attention to studios as much as I just pay attention to the people that make it. Studios don't make anime, people do, goddammit. Look at the director for shows you like. See what other stuff they've directed. Look at the key animators for shows you like the animation in. Look at the fucking music composers. Look at the color correctionists. Look at everything. Look at the people doing it and see what else they've done at possibly other studios as well, you know? Like, think about Naoko Yamato moving to Science Saru. It's like, now I want to check out anything she makes over there instead of just being like, I like KyoAni shows, you know? But that might also be just because, yeah, I always do that. I much more push for more people to pay attention to the staff instead of studios. It's not as easy to do, but yeah. That's why I stopped breaking down what studios do. The ones you named, yes, have some identity, but the other 70 studios don't. Yeah, because in the end, that's what I like to say. Like, when people say, oh, this studio made it, I like to say that line. I love that line so much. Studios don't make anime, people do. Studios are buildings. Buildings that the people who make anime work in. That's what they are. Good one. Yeah, I really like saying that. Because someone else said it. They didn't say it for anime. They said it for. I think they said it for video games or something. They were like, companies don't make game, people do. It was some other art form they were talking about. But I like to use it. I like just take that quote and it's sad I don't remember who I originally heard it off, but I just like to then use it for anime. Yeah, because, like, in the podcast, it makes a lot of sense where you're like, oh, the director is this person who has worked on these things, and sound is done by this person who's worked on these things. Oh, well, maybe the person I heard it from was changing that quote, but But I definitely heard the way I heard it, and that made me then turn it into the anime one, was someone talking about like, you know, looking at people instead of the bigger group of something or whatever, and I just changed it to like, studios don't make anime, people do. Studios are the building people work in that make the anime. I know I heard it off something, so, probably a YouTuber or something at some point. But yeah. And I try to tell other people that. I'm like, yo, you can find more stuff you like if you go to your favorite show, go down to director, click director, and then check their other work out. It's like, there you go. And learn the meta too. You like Shinichiro Watanabe and you check out his other works. Well, guess what? Who worked under Shinichiro Watanabe to make Space Dandy 2? Shingo Natsumi. What did Shingo Natsumi make? Oh, One Punch Man Season 1, Aka, Sunny Boy, Time Machine Blues. Hey, that's also a pretty good and cool director. Maybe go watch all of his stuff now. And then, oh, the meta. You can follow it's like, yeah, you like Shinichiro Watanabe? Well, he worked directly under Shinichiro Watanabe to be the main director of Space Dandy Season 2, which looks super good and possibly even better than Space Dandy Season 1, so it's like, then you can follow Shingo Natsumi's career, and it's like, yeah, all these shows are shows people talk about being well-directed as well in their own right. And it's like, these paths of, like, influence and everything you can follow when you start to pay attention to all this stuff. It's fun. So much more, you can more easily find stuff you like once you start to know this kind of stuff. I wonder how original previews were, probably only focused on the studio. Man, I mean, that's how most people are with anime. I also like studios, you just learn so easily and quickly, and then you just stick with that, and I feel like a lot of people don't progress past that, but yeah, I think it's a lot more fulfilling to be familiar with voice actresses, be familiar with directors and key animators and music composers and script writers and everything else, color correctionists. I always like to bring that one up because that's one people always forget. It's like the most obscure one I can think of. It's such a thankless job being a color correctionist. It's like Beast of Oz this season being School Life creator. What the fuck, Lil? Yeah, see, it's like, if you just pay attention to studio, you're never gonna notice neat little things like that. But I think that is a much more accurate prediction of, like, if a show's gonna be for you or not. You can just check the staff members and it's like, have they made stuff you liked before? Well, then maybe you'll like this. Whereas if it's just like, with most studios, there's going to be hit and misses, you know? I feel like there's no studio where one person would be like, yes, I like every single show this studio has made, and there's none that I even dislike a little bit. It's like, that just doesn't happen. There's always going to be some, because it's all made by different people. They can have good company philosophies, and maybe they have, like, good producers who, like, push for specific things to be done. Like, Madhouse in particular has always been really good with, like, fleshing out its worlds and having really detailed backgrounds, but that's probably just a company philosophy. It's not like the specific people wanting to do that exactly. See? It happened, eventually. They better not screw up Oshinoko. Dogakobo is pretty good. Again, I think that was just, like, because of comedy politics stuff. Like their main thing was making cute girl shows and making that kind of show. And then they started to branch out, and then they got a B team, and now it's like, yeah, now you can't say you like the whole studio. Once they got a big enough repertoire, it happens. I feel like KyoAni's the closest any studio's got with me, but there's still a handful of KyoAni stuff that I like less than others, and then there's Clannad. Clannad's After Story is kind of the main one for me with KyoAni, but even Married Colored Phantom World, it's like, I like it fine enough, but not like a bunch. Here's Shield Hero, and now we have Shield Hero Season 2, which makes this really awkward to place. When there was just Season 1, I put it in A tier, so maybe B tier is the best place for it. Yeah, same with me. KyoAni's he's got a really good hit ratio. For me, And anything else I just haven't watched. Like, I haven't watched Chunibyo, Love and Other Delusions, which, like, crazy, right? Look at fucking... Look at this creature Aira down here. How have I not watched Chunibyo? But I haven't. I haven't watched Chunibyo, I haven't watched any of Chunibyo, I haven't watched any of Free, I haven't watched Hyoka, I haven't watched... Is Hyoka the one, the KyoAni one? That's a KyoAni one, right? I haven't watched that. I haven't watched any of, I mean, that's kind of it. Everything else is just, like, bits and bobs. But in terms of, like, the big series, it's like, yeah, I haven't watched any of Free and I haven't watched any of Chunibyo. Wasn't legally available at first. Fair enough. Yeah, there's other bits and bobs, but Free and Chunibyo are like big series where they've made a bunch of stuff and movies and everything. So, but I haven't I haven't watched any of it. I need to get on that at some point. But yeah, Shield Hero, the first season is an absolute A tier. It's a banger. It's got great animation, really interesting story, great characters. I mean, Naofumi is I actually really like Naofumi as a character and how much he tries to better himself and not get too pissed off at the people honestly treating him the worst fucking way a person could be treated. Raphtalia and Philo are fantastic. Philo is just such a bundle of... It's just so adorable. The ED for season 2 that's just a bunch of shots of Philo being sad, it broke me, man. I was like, no, no, not sad Philo. I did. Honestly, season 1 I liked a lot. I know some people didn't like Core 2 as much, and I guess maybe I didn't like it as much, but I still liked it. The writer just sucks at villain, right? Yeah, I know. I know that's your big sticking point with the second season and everything. And then there's also a few more shows recently that you've brought it up with. Like, I know that you just really hate, like, the generic cackling villain that has no motivation and is just evil for the sake of evil. Don't watch Padma Inverted. The villain is just that in this, which is, like, something that my friend who first told me about Padma Inverted can never get over. That's always the first thing he says about it whenever he talks about it. He's like, the villain fucking sucks. Yeah, season 2 was not nearly as good as season 1. The Spirit taught us stuff fucking sucked, man. Like, it just does. It's just it's not objectively. It's just so fucking bad, bro. It fucking sucks. Big fat dicks is what it does. It was a pretty show. Honestly, it's not that bad. The bad guy is just... He's exactly like cackling, bad for no reason, has no motivation, is very cookie cutter. Kind of like the exact thing you hate. Yeah, I can understand being hung up on the heroes in Shield Hero. It's just... The villains being bad usually isn't that much of a hang-up for me. It's not like something that bothers me that much. Which is like kind of the main thing I like to point out when people talk about subjectivity is like it's not so much that like I agree that they're poorly done, but it's just everyone has their difference in priorities. So while that can be like a big hang up for someone, it can be something that really bothers them and makes them dislike it a lot. For me, it's like, yeah, they're poorly done. I completely agree, but it's not, for me personally, it just doesn't bother me as much. And that's kind of more important when thinking about subjectivity and taste. It's more just, people can like completely agree about something being well done and something being good, but someone can be like, yeah, that's done well, but it barely affects my enjoyment. But these things that were done poorly, those are the things I care about. And then someone else can be like, yeah, but those things done poorly don't bother me. The things that were done well is what I care about. And it's like, yeah, there's a difference in priority. And so it doesn't bother me too much with Shield Hero because, I don't know, bad villains is like, it's not too big of a deal for me. As long as the show doesn't spend 12 episodes constantly chasing after it and talking about season 2 was that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. He's not a good villain at all. You're absolutely right. Like, I completely understand all the points you bring up about it. It just doesn't bother me as much. Season 2 is still worse than Season 1, though, and so it does kind of bring it down to A, to B, rather. Season 1 I'd put in A on its own, but Season 2 Spirit Tortoise shit sucks. The villain does consistently suck the whole way through. But I like the other world. I like the new girl they introduced. The fishing hero, the hunting hero girl. I like her. I like that they've explained like all these different, like that they've explained how the heroes work with the main heroes, and then there's the other heroes. There's like 8 of the other one. And it's also just funny that like every main character is becoming a hero, because like Nafumi's one, Raftalia's Katana hero. Is Philo gonna fucking become a hero? Is fucking green-haired girl gonna become a hero? Are they all gonna become a hero of something at this point? Is that what we're leading to? Yeah, the Raftalia episode was really good. I liked all the Otherworld stuff. Everyone from the light novel, like, that read the light novel said that arc was really good, and I have to agree, I quite liked it. Philo was... Right, they already set up Philo's future, like, power-ups, which is just that she's gonna become, like, the Philo Queen thing, whatever. Yeah. Okay, so Philo won't become a hero. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Green Hair Girl becomes a hero at some point. just make everyone a hero. She's gonna become a dinosaur. Alright, this is just bad. Something show, bitch. Everyone only watched it because it had bitch in the title. It's just some bad... I think it's ecchi fan service, mainly. I don't know. I watched it because my friend was like... my friend at uni was like really into it. But I realize now he was just into it because it was a total fucking meme. And it has bitch in the title. Isn't that so hilarious? Ugh, show bitch, yeah. And so yeah, and then I started watching it, and then I dropped it after a few episodes. It's bad. Just suggestive but not ecchi? Maybe. I'm just, like, I barely remember what happened in it. I just remember disliking it. Probably. People only gave it any attention because it had bitch in the title. Sugar Chara, just a C tier for me. Sugar Chara just suffers from a lot of problems that these, like, older, long magical girl shows suffer from, which is that it's a lot of episodic stuff, and so some episodes are just really boring, because it's just like, alright, the episodic thing happened, it wasn't that interesting. On to the next, you know, monster of the week or whatever of the week. But I love Sugar Chara. I love its style, honestly. I love the character designs, I love the OP, I love the episodes when they're good, I love a lot of the side characters, I love the villains are fucking fantastic in this show. Like, Sugar Chara is great, and I want to love it so much more than I do, but it's just like, yeah, sometimes there are some really boring episodes and I end up losing motivation to keep watching it. My third favorite older magical girl series are 1 and 2 Cardcaptor Sakura and Sailor Moon, because they should be... Actually, I don't even know if Sailor Moon should be, in my opinion, but I know you like Sailor Moon, so... Oh, Sailor Moon falls behind them, nice. Okay, I agree then, completely. That actually matches my opinion. Cardcaptor Sakura, Mew Mew, Sugar Chara. Yo, any hot takes I missed? I guess the hottest one was that I put School Days in A. No, I put it in B? B. I put School Days in B. Maybe Shield Hero in B and Shelter in B are hot takes as well. Rest is probably pretty standard. I think some people like Shangri-La and I put that in D. Sword Art Online in F, you probably disagree with that, Aaron, so... Yeah, I guess those are my hottest takes. Yeah, the music video. Put it in B. I feel like yeah, it is, but... You know. Music got old. It doesn't hit as hard when you've seen it a bajillion times. B's not bad. People act like I put something below less than an A and they act like I'm attacking it. A full series? What would a Shelter full series even fucking be? What? I don't know how that'd work. I don't think it would be good as a full series. I think it works because it's so short. I don't know, I'm not a writer. Well, I am, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could make it work. I can think of a few ideas for what you could do with it, but I feel like it works so well because it's just a short thing that happens and then it's done. I would feel like it'd be too risky, in my opinion, to do a full series. It could work, but I feel like you'd more likely just end up damaging, I guess, the franchise it would be at that point if you made a series. You just end up damaging its the quote-unquote brand integrity, as they say in the biz. SAOS tier? Well, that's wrong. It's F tier. And that's where it belongs. They already revealed the trick. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Which I guess is part of why it doesn't hit as hard on repeat viewings. It's like, you know what's coming. You know what's really going on here. But it is quite a good single viewer. The first viewing experience is quite good. But I value rewatch value. I put a lot of importance on for anything, even music videos. But yeah, Cardcaptor Sakura, Tokyo Mew Mew, Sugar Chara, Sailor Moon. I can probably agree with that as an order too. That's probably my order as well. Maybe Sugar Chara would beat Mew Mew. Maybe, I don't know. I'd be hard pressed to fully say either way, but Cardcaptor Sakura, I've also only read the manga. I haven't actually watched the anime for it. And Tokyo Mew Mew isn't on this list because I only really watched it like when I wasn't before I got into anime. So I don't know. It like doesn't really count in my eyes because I don't remember everything super well and I wasn't watching it properly. I just if it was on. But yeah, Sugar Chara is fun. I really like its style and character designs, but that's about it. Also, it has like such a good fucking OP. The first OP to Sugar Chara, oh, perfection. It's so fucking good. One of the best OPs ever made, especially when you also know what the lyrics are actually saying. It's like, oh. Skate the Infinity. You put Relife too low? I put it in C, didn't I? Yeah, it's fine. Come on. Don't put too much. I don't know. Relife's fine. I just didn't care for it by the end. Skate C or D? Nah, I really liked Skate, bro. You're gonna have to. I personally really liked it. Oh my god, I'm yawning. I personally really liked Skate. It's pretty hype. Sometimes it's a little janky, but overall Bones did a really good job animating cool Skate stuff. Started good, but blah. Dude, I think it started good and got better as it went. I like that it's like a sports thing, but also it doesn't... I think it has a really good mix of personal relationship drama and showing cool skateboarding stuff, because also it's skateboards, so they can include cool skateboarding action by just having the characters skateboard to a place. Like, even if they're just, like, in the episode when they go to the hot springs, and it's like they get, you know, they arrive at the place first, and then they skateboard to the inn that they're staying at, and then later they have a skateboarding race to the hot springs, and so it's like, they're able to have that, like, action stuff in there, even though they're mostly doing a more chill, like, hot spring episode. And they can still have that in, and then also have the other parts be the characters talking and stuff. I just think the emotional beats that come in later on hit well for me. They worked for me. The way the main guy struggles with, like, how much not as good as the new guy he is and everything. I can't even remember their fucking names. the degrading of their relationship and like how upsetting it is. It's just like, I don't know, man. Friendships falling apart always hit me so fucking hard because I've dealt with like a drawn out falling apart friendship where I was just trying to hang on for so long because I had been I was such good friends with the person, and they were clearly not interested anymore, but I kept hanging out with them and kept trying to do all this stuff, and it just hurt. It just sucked the whole time because the whole time I was like, please let it just revert back to how it was. And obviously the most healthy thing would have been for me to just cut it off, and eventually I did, but it's just like, it was such a long, drawn-out, painful thing, and so, like, good friendships falling apart, it just hits me so hard, because it just hits me, so it's something that always hits me super hard. Relatability boost, that's understandable, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I said about, like, Sarun as well, and also Silent Voice, but everyone likes Silent Voice anyway, so with that, it's whatever, but, like, I mean, that's also part of the, you know, subjectivity. Subjectivity's implied, because, like, yeah, like, there's always going to be personal stuff like that that just makes something hit more for you. Just don't say you hug people and bash them into stuff. Obviously, yeah. Adam's a piece of shit. Fucking psycho. But yeah, I think the action was fairly decent. I was worried when they got into the tournament arc, because I was like, the main parts I like are like the relationship drama that's going on right now. The fact that they're starting a tournament arc, I feel like is kind of going to ruin this. But then it didn't, because like they start the tournament arc, but then they also end up having an like entire episode where no skating really happens, and it's mostly just emotional turmoil and shit, and it's like... And yeah, that's like kind of why I said, that's when I noticed like they have such a good mix of the drama and cool skating action. He was super cringe, and I hate that word. Yeah, Adam was kind of cringe. The like generic like, oh, overly flamboyant bad guy kind of deal. That's like, oh, I love like this guy, so I want to like beat him and stuff like that. You know. I want to see your cute face when I destroy you. Ooh, kind of weird shit like that. He's Maximilian Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi boy! I don't even know if he's like that in the Japanese, but... Here we have Sorario Utility. Mushoku Monday bid nearly finished and HDD capped out. Son of a gun. Rip. Well, Monday's still a while away. You'll figure it out. But yeah, that's annoying. I think I'll just give this a C. Sora something utility is like just a one episode OVA thing that was made, and it was put on Crunchyroll. It's just one episode of a golf thing. It's made by Yostar, which I find really funny. And that's kind of why I just knew about it, because of Yostar Productions, and then they just put it out, and it was just one episode and not a TV series. It's so funny, because there were so many people that were like, yeah, good first episode, can't wait to watch more of it. And it's like, there is no more. It's just a one episode thing that they made, for some reason. I don't know if they were gauging interest and maybe it'll be a series later or what, but it's a one episode thing that was made. And it's fairly nice. It has a lot of ass shots, I think. I remember that. So ass. But it also is golf, and it has a really nice thing at the end when she like overcomes her things and makes a really nice shot. Part of the confusion is like 3 golf shows got announced near each other. Ass shots, I need to confirm. I just remember that the main girl had like her phone in her back pocket, and so they'd always have a shot of her like taking it out and putting it back in, and it's like, and I'm like, did you just do that to show off the ass? That's at least what I remember of it. It's fine. I put it in C because, like, it's perfectly fine. If it was a full series, I could see it actually being pretty good. So yeah, it's a fine enough one episode thing. I quite enjoyed watching it still. Slimy Sakai, let's go, baby! The good one. A tier. A tier. Not quite S, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think I'd be lying to myself if I did put it in S, honestly. But for now, I'll leave it in A. It's good. I fucking love Slimy Sky. I know Andrew's not big on it. I mean, Andrew actually really loves it, guys. He just can't include it anymore because there's been over 50 episodes. Oh, what a shame. Gets worse over time for me. Well, yeah, a lot of people disliked the second season. Second season part 2 in particular because talking. But I love the fucking talking, bro. It's so good. It's like, oh, it's the dialogue, I don't know why, bro. I love it. I love the writing of the show. In the light novel, fair enough. Well, season 3's been announced, so I mean, that'll come out at some point and probably be on Disney Plus. But but yeah, I really fucking, I really, I really like Slimer's Guy. Just not as much as superfans. Fair enough. I'm a superfan. I fucking love it. It makes me cream all over my pants every time I watch it. I'm fine with meeting arcs. Yeah, I really like the meeting arc. Ending of season 2 was super let down though. I thought it was alright. It wasn't as good as it could have been though. That's true. It's become too much of an OP fantasy. Bro, it's already an OP fantasy, like, by the end of season 1. Nothing already challenges him. He fucking does the thing where he has all the droplets come down and then he kills, like, 1,000 people in 1 second so that he can become a demon lord. Like, he's a demon lord now. What do you expect? It's a show where instead of someone building up to beating a demon lord, they become a demon lord. Like, of course they're gonna be OP as fuck. They're one of the most powerful characters in the fucking entire universe now that they're like with the other like 8 demon lords and shit. I know nothing challenges him, but honestly, I'm not there for like intense fights with challenges because it's already past to that point very early on when he fucking consumes a dragon and like already like he becomes super powerful super fast. I'm not here for challenges. I'm here for the fucking characters because there's so many of them and I love it. It reminds me of like old anime where they would just have a shit ton of characters in like an adventure show, even though it's like it's not a harem, it's just a shit ton of characters. I mean, it kind of is a harem because even all the guys are like they like love him, but it's like in a like a respect family commander, I want to protect you kind of way. So it's not like full on harem shit. He's not gonna get with any of them. Like, it doesn't feel like he is, at least. But yeah, it's like it's just a lot of characters that I really like, and I just like seeing them fight, even if it's not a challenge for them. I love all the cool abilities they have. So many different races and creatures and characters, and they all have this OP way of destroying their enemies because they're all OP, and it's just fun to watch them have all these creative attacks and everything, which is why I think I also like the meeting arc so much. Is like, I'm not here for a challenging fight, so the fact that they don't do the fight for ages is fine with me. It's like planning the fight, because they already, like, they're gonna win. It's just like planning it out, and they're saying we're gonna do this OP thing, and we got these relations with these nations, and just expanding the world with more characters, like Veldora finally being a character, the like Diablo guy showing up and everything. The crazy, I mean, to be fair, actually, one thing that did give him a challenge, at least in season 2, was that super powerful chick who tried to kill him, and in the end he had to ditch by just pretending he was dead for a bit. So maybe even in the light novel he eventually becomes even better than that and everything, but honestly, while the fights are just cool spectacles, even when he beats him no problem. And I just like seeing that. Just like seeing the spectacle of all these characters. I, in particular, love when the pig guy, the leader of, like, those pig people, and I think it's the old, Oni guy, they, like, go and there's that asshole that's also summoned from another world who, like, killed a girl so that he could get, like, revive powers so that he's basically immortal. And so, because he's immortal, he keeps getting revived of his wounds, but he still feels pain, and so the pig guy just gets on top of him and just starts bashing into him a bunch and hitting him just over and over, and he's like, he's crying out in pain, but then he keeps getting re-healed and re-healed and re-healed, and they're just bashing the absolute shit out of him. It's like, oh, that was so fucking satisfying. Those three, like, otherworldly people were fucking the worst, and just watching one of them just get beat on over and over, and he keeps reviving so he can't die. He's endlessly being beat to death, basically, is like, oh. They were the biggest shock and the biggest throwaway. Yeah, they ended up doing less than I expected them to be doing, but, hey, it was satisfying to watch that guy get beat up a shit ton. Maybe, but I also feel like maybe it was an idea that they just had and then they ended up changing their mind about how much they wanted to use the idea. Who knows? But there could have been more. I mean, the only thing that really ended up happening is that old sorcerer guy ended up possessing that guy's body at the end. And he ended up taking prisoner and not dying, so that character's appearance is still being used. He's just possessed by someone else now, so that's like the only thing that will maybe be long-term, have a long-term effect. But yeah, and I also just love when Rimuru fucking goes up there and has all the, like, droplets come out, and then they all go and just kill a bunch of people. I also love when they go over to, like, the guy they're meant to be protecting, and the knight's like, oh, don't worry, I'll like, go find the others, I'll bring them here, we'll create an opening, and we'll get out of here. And he, like, it takes, like, 3 steps, and then just dies. It's like, yeah, no, you're not doing fucking anything, bro. Any plan you guys come up with is screwed. Rimuru's gonna fuck you up. But yeah, I love Slimy Sakai. I always call it that, even though now Slimy Sakai is like basically its own subgenre, as prolific as teasing girls at this point. But before there were others, I got used to just referring to the show as Slimy Sakai, so as its shorthand. So I don't know. It's like, oh, I really love Slimy Sakai. Which one? The good one, obviously. The one I obviously mean. It's the most popular one. Like, come on. Get out of here. It's one of the most popular anime. The OG Slimy Sakai, I call it that. I guess that would work as well. I just say the one you know I'm talking about. Because, like, it's one of the most popular anime, period, at this point. Like, it's in top 100 on Mao's popularity. Like, everyone know, you know what I'm talking about when I say Slimy Sakai. It's just a good joke to be like, which one? Yo, slow loop, let's fucking go. Ooh, where am I gonna put slow loop? S? I think I will put it in A. It's not quite an S show for me. F. No. Definitely the higher end. I love slow loop. Slow loop's so fucking good. Cute girls fishing and cute girls cooking, because I just love that, like, because yeah, it makes so much sense. Like, fishing and cooking have so much linked, because like you catch the fish and then you cook and fucking eat them. So yeah, exactly, everything it does is just so good. It's good at being like chill, relaxing vibes. It's good at like emotional moments, because I mean, that one episode, if you know, you know, the one episode that's, like, really fucking good and really emotional, they, like, knocked that out of the park. Like, all the cooking segments with, Kahori? Something like that, that's her name? Kahori? I don't know, something like that. She's great. This one, the second chick, she does all the cooking stuff, and I love those segments, because I'm like, man, I'm really fucking hungry now, that looks so goddamn delicious, and she, like, goes through all the steps of cooking it, basically gives a recipe. I wanna try some of them so bad, because they sound really fucking delicious, but I'm terrible at cooking with fish, so I don't know if I should, because I'm really not great at cooking fish, but I'm mainly just not great at, like, cutting up fish and prepping them and stuff, so I mean, maybe if I found some that's, like, already cut and skinned and everything, but for the most part, I'm really bad with fish when it comes to cooking. So, but I really want to try her stuff because some of it sounds so fucking delicious. Oh yeah, Koya's great. I loved Koya as well. She's great. I mean, all three of the main girls are just fantastic. And yeah, and I love their like camping trip they go on. I love when they go out on the boat and just all these little different things. You know, it's a very straightforward cute girl show where they just do a bunch of great different things. It has a Yashike vibes because it's slow paced fishing. And I just love it. Great to see Tanya and A. Yeah, Tanya's fantastic. I feel like each one I've related to in some way, losing loved one, not being there for someone when should have been, etc. Yeah, the characters are really great, and the episode, you know, the one that's the super emotional one, also worked pretty well for me because my parents are divorced. My dad remarried, my mom has never, but my dad and stepmom are now currently in the process of going through a second divorce, actually. But, yeah, I don't know, I've always had a weird relationship with divorce because my home has never really been broken for it. It happened when I was 4, so I was super young, and I just grew up being used to it, and it was just every second weekend I'd see my dad. You know, my mom and dad didn't tear each other apart over it. They didn't hate each other's guts over it or anything. They've been very, very, nice and calm with each other as fellow human beings, you know? Even if they broke up, there's always been shared custody, and even now, like in one day, like whenever there's a big event that happens to me or my brothers, they both show up. And also, my stepmom, who's I guess just nothing anymore now that now that my dad and stepmom are breaking up, she would also be there, and like that side of the family would be there, and it's never been a problem. So, but at the same time, so I'm like very like I've always been. I haven't felt as bad about divorce as most people do, but at the same time, it's still a weird thing for me, and it's always been like a, you know, sometimes it nags at me in a weird way. It's like, but yeah, so that one was like, for me, that was just like a interesting thing, because it's just like, I don't know how to explain it correctly. But I've always had a weird relationship with a divorce where I'm both super okay with it and it's super normalized for me because it happened when I was 4 and that's just been my life since then. But it's also like not a good thing that it happened in a way. I mean, it is overall for the greater good because they were fighting all the time, but it's like obviously if it could have not been that way, who knows? I don't know. It's weird to talk about, but whenever stuff like that comes up in an anime, it's like, I don't know, it does something to me. It makes me feel something. I'm terrible at explaining this, because I don't even fully understand how I feel about it, but yeah, that's a thing. Sunny Boy, S tier. I love Sunny Boy. I love it so much. It's just pure fucking creative expression, and I love that, especially since Shingo Natsumi is my second favorite director of all time. My favorite's obviously Naoko Yamada. I'm not trolling, bro. I loved Sunny Boy. It's so good. I'm out. Oh, come on. You liked it, didn't you? You liked it, mostly, and then you just didn't like it at the end, I thought. You were trying to get more people to enjoy it. Before it completely changed how you have to operate around copyright on your channel. I just love it. It's so full of ideas and so much creativity is there. It's the Lost syndrome. Well, I also really like Lost, so, I mean, fair enough. Created 1,000 questions, answered none. Hey, Lost answered all of its big questions, alright? Whether you're satisfied with them or not is one thing, but it answered a lot of its questions. That's why J.J. Abrams stopped being a producer after Season 3, because they said, we're going to end the show with Season 6 now, that's been confirmed with ABC, and we're going to answer everything, and so that's why J.J. Abrams left. He was like, oh, you're going to give answers? I'm out. Which is why the first episode is crafted in that way, where gives a bunch of questions and that aren't meant to be answered. And J.J. Abrams' whole deal with the mystery box. He likes the idea of setting up mysteries that then just exist forever for the sake of mystery's sake, you know? For 1,000 ideas of the world, some will stick. Yeah, Sunny Boy is like, I just love all of its ideas and its creativity. It's just like, because it's an original work and it's so clear that Shingo Natsumi basically was just told he could do whatever the fuck he wanted, and so he did whatever the fuck he wanted. It's just, you know, there's so many parallel universes and different pockets that they can travel into, and so he uses that to just be like, just to make something that's completely different from anything else. It's like, it doesn't matter if the world makes sense, it doesn't matter how it's functioned, it doesn't matter how it looks. Like, he makes that, like, digital world with all the little mices. He makes that one that's like a huge Tower of Babel, and you go, like, up it, though, to, like, build it, because it's upside down, and so then you go to the bottom to, like, get to the top, and there's cool stuff with that, and there's, like, some people are one way on it, so some people are the other way on it. Yeah, the animation is fucking cool throughout. There's so many cool, like, directing stuff as well, and so many cool composition and shots. It's, like, one of the most artistically beautiful looking anime of, like, old time. Like, there's so many cool shots where you're just like, damn, that looks amazing. Like when the guy who can, like, make anything is, like, setting up his little table, and he has this big light above him, and it's just like a big block of light that's just like floating above him, and they have this cool shot where you're like near the water and you can see the water crashing on the beach, with that being like the main focus of the frame as the other girl walks on from the side, and it's just like and there's so many stuff like that where they just have this like amazing composition and they do great directing with it, and it's just, I love it so much. And then yeah, it's just filled with ideas. They just keep throwing more and more stuff happens, and you know, there's people with the powers and they can do different things with those powers, and you explore all these different universes, and then time starts to get involved because there's like the dog who is like older than them, but also was older than they are now when he got sent to the world, but then he existed there for like so much longer, and then you see his past and when he got turned into a wolf, and it's just so interesting the way that like time is just like so free-flowing there. It's like anyone can come in from any point but then meet you, even though they've been in there late, like they entered after you did, but then like were there for so much longer, and then it's like now they're meeting you when you like just got there, kind of thing. This would count as art house anime. Oh, 100%. Anime is so confusing when you explain it. Is it? I just love it. It's so fucking good. There's so many different parallel universes and artistic stuff. I guess it's because I'm not using visual aids. If I could like show you the shot, you'd understand. The problem is I'm trying to explain it just by explaining it and not actually showing it. But yeah, I just love it. It's just endless ideas, endless creativity, just trying so much different stuff, and it's so cool, and I just love it. I love every episode of it. It doesn't fully answer all its questions, that is true, but I just love it for what a big piece of creative expression it is. I love it so much. Can't explain what's not explained. Well, he's saying anime is so confusing because I'm explaining stuff that is explained in the show, but I'm just... like, I'm trying to explain the visual composition of a scene, or I was trying to explain how time works within the show. That stuff is all explained within the show. Obviously, so is visual composition. You can just look at it and see it, and I'm trying to explain how it looks, but yeah. Also, it's partly just me having autism. Like, I'm so bad at explaining things in a way that people that don't have autism understand. But hey, I also misunderstand people who don't have autism, because in my mind they're bad at explaining things in a way I understand, but I mean, that's gonna happen when your brain is literally wired differently, so... biggest disappointment is really just around the fact that I was having... yeah, exactly, like... I could see how annoyed you were with how much of a problem it became to deal with it. Then it just stopped trying. I think it's just, yeah, it hit a point where it had to... it hit a point where it had to kind of get to the end. There are definitely some things that aren't fully explained, but I think that's because eventually they just had to stop explaining everything and just have it happen to get to an end point, kinda. But yeah, I love it. I love it so fucking much. And at least the stuff that is explained is, like, super cool. Like, there's a lot of cool concepts in there. Yeah, I mean, it also just gets really... It's... Towards the end, bro, when, like, everyone starts, like, dying and stuff, it's, like... So messed up. Yeah, he really was. And, like, everyone kind of starts to disappear towards the end. It's just... Like, when they're in that wind valley and shit, it's like... Oh, that scene hit me really hard. I was just like, holy fuck. Here we have Space Patrol Luluco. I think I'll put it in A. Because I really like Space Patrol Luluco. It's really fun. Just, like, absolute Trigger being the most Trigger it could fucking be, honestly. Like, just, like... You know, it's shorts, and it's super interesting, and they just go to a bunch of different worlds that are all based on different Trigger properties, and just have wacky shit happen there. And, like, at the end, she even gets, like, advice from, like, Inferno Cop and shit. It's so insane. It's just... I don't know, man. Space Patrol Luluco is, like, it's not entry-level Trigger stuff at all. Like, you have to, like, have seen a bunch of Trigger stuff to then go watch it. But it's a lot of fun. It's just full of Triggerisms, full of being silly, wacky adventure, great animation, really expressive, creative animation, and it's just... I just love it. I just love how over the top it is. It's another one that's kind of like I just love it for how creative it is and how beautiful it is, and I think it also does a decent job of telling a really good story despite being made up of a bunch of shorts. It's just fun, silly nonsense. It's like if every Trigger show happened at once, and I love it. And I think it being shorts helps that, actually, because a lot of Trigger stuff can sometimes kind of go off towards the end, but it's like... This is, like, already at the crazy part that's the ending, and then it just goes through it quickly with a bunch of shots. It's like... I don't know. I love Space Patrol Luluco. And it also introduces Trigger-chan, because she becomes Trigger-chan at the end. And then she goes through a wormhole and fucking high-fives Little Witch Academia go, and then they announce the Little Witch Academia TV show. But she becomes Trigger-chan at the end. I know Trigger-chan's design is completely different, but that's because her hair changes at the end when she becomes Trigger-chan. We need more Trigger multiverse Trigger-chan stuff. Anyway, Spy Family. I think B. I think. Maybe A? A or B? I think I'll go with B for now. I can move it if I have to. I'm not really fighting anyone with their opinions on that show. Fair enough. Any reason why? Show feels so loose anymore for opinions. Yeah. It kinda has been all over the place and back, so... I like Spy Family. As a whole, I like it. I mean, B is still good, so, yeah, obviously. But, like, there's a lot of stuff about Spy Family. I really liked Part 1. I didn't like Part 2 nearly as much. Yor has become such a nothing character. It's just, like, it's like a mind-numbing. Like, the fact that they're like, let's have an original skit that wasn't in the manga where she has to bring the clothes to Anya, and then Anya doesn't even need it. It's just Yor walks around, does a few silly typical things. It's like, oh, isn't it funny that she's unexpectedly strong? Isn't it funny that she has good reflexes? Isn't it? It's like, no, it's not funny anymore. It's nothing. We know all this about her. Why did you add an original fucking half an episode that literally does nothing but just has her walk around and do nothing? It's the same old joke. Oh, she's strong. Oh, she has good reflexes. Oh, she's worried she's a bad wife. We fucking get it. She's such a shit character now. She's become nothing. Later in the manga, if it gets adapted, well, I mean, great, but for now, I just hate her because she's become literally nothing. I get it. She's worried about being a fucking good wife. Can we stop having her think about it every fucking time she's on screen? It drives me nuts. Anya's pretty great. Anya being at school with Becky and Damon's probably when the show is at its best, because I think it has the most good characters there. I like Henderson. I like Anya. I like Becky. I like Damien. Alright? What do you think about I literally just said it. Oh, god fucking damn it. Nothing burger. How about that? There we go. That's how I'll get back at you. She's nothing burger, as you would say. I'll say it in a way Andrew can understand. She's not. I'm sorry. She's nothing porridge. But yeah, I really like Anya. I really like Becky. I really like Damon. I really like Henderson. They're all great characters. Yeah, I just love all of them, especially Becky and Damon. I actually really like them. I think they're really good, like, people to have around Anya. Becky has more character than you anymore. Yeah, honestly, she does. I really like Becky. She's also got some really good. That episode with her and Anya go shopping, that was so good for like all the classmate characters. Like Becky had the moment where she like, you know, talking about about never having a friend before and all that stuff. That was just, it was super sweet. And then there was also, I think it may have been the next episode actually, when Damon has a lot of development because of him showing up for his dad. Obviously that scene is partly hijacked by Lloyd talking with him, but Damon also gets a lot of development in that little moment there. I really like. Yeah, exactly. Becky, I love Becky, and also she's cute. She's cuter than Anya. Like, no one else voted for Becky in cutest character, but I gave her my #1 spot on the Discord for cutest character. I love Becky. She's great. And yeah, I don't know. There are all three of those three characters, the three class characters are great. I love them, and I think that's when the show's at its best. Lloyd's good. I'm fine with him as a character. And so he has some good stuff when he, like, is doing spy stuff. That's all usually pretty good. Mostly, the tennis matches were a little... Overall, I'd still, like, yeah, it's like, overall the show's still best, I think, when it's at the school. But, yeah. I think B, just because it just started, like, completely fell apart. The tennis matches were a bit, even though I really like Fiona. I really like Fiona as a character, but just the setup of that whole mission was kind of meh. And then, of course, it ended with Yor being like, oh, blah, 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 I'm worried about being a shitty wife. We fucking get it. But yeah, Yor just takes up too much screen time being nothing. And yeah, overall, I really like the show. School is when it's the best. A light A, mainly a B, but I honestly, it wouldn't be too crazy for me to put it in A. It just, there's so many moments that get dragged down. Becky's after Lloyd, so maybe she'll take over your spot. That'd be insane if she did. I am very much looking forward to the episode that inevitably has to happen when Becky goes to Anya's house and Lloyd is there. It has to happen, because, like, all we've seen so far is when Becky showed up to hand over Anya when she was sleeping and Lloyd wasn't even there, but then Becky did comment that, like, Yor was super beautiful and a worthy rival to her for Lloyd. More Japanese propaganda trying to get otakus married and having babies. Shaking my head. Former PM Abe Shinzo. Yeah, but you see, it's clearly trying to show that as being very good. It's like, oh look, having a cute kid and being in a family, and look how fun and happy it is, and you have a hot wife. Even if it's all temp stuff, it's the show's just like, I mean, there's so much anime that just does that. It's like, look how, it's like the fucking ending to what was it? Darling in the Franxx was really blatant about it. Darling in the Franxx was like, at the end, it's like, haha, have babies. If you don't have babies, you'll die sad and lonely. But yeah, there's so much anime that's like that. It's just got it. It's full of these hints of like, yeah. I also think it's so funny that because Shinzo Abe was the PM for so long that like everyone made the memes associating it with him. Like, oh, babies, I see you there, Shinzo Abe. Like, he's not even the president anymore, and he's not the PM anymore, and also he's dead now. But but he's just like the figurehead of just that like a meme of like get married and have babies. Here we have SSSS Gridman. There's the other show, the Dinosaur whatever. Maybe that would count. And also, I think the Gridman Universe movie hasn't come out yet. The Universe movie comes out in like March or April or something. March, I think it comes out in. And that. But I have not seen that second one. I'd probably end up keeping them as the same thing because they're gonna combine into the one with the movie, and it's like the same like big universe thing. Only thing show I'd go in was Fies. It did have thick Fies. It's so funny that the creator, when he talked to the character designer, he's like, my only request is that you give him good Fies. And so yeah, the two girls in this show do have some really fucking nice Fies. I like them both a lot. I'm probably gonna put this in B. I like it. D or E, please? Nah. Started slow, but second half is super good. Yeah, I really liked it. I honestly, I even liked the early parts. And then once they have the episode where they kind of reveal that it's all just Akane's universe and she's like the ruler of it, then it just gets more wild from that point. But there were already cool hints of that. Like, I already started to think something was up because the way the world resets every time. And also the way that when they go, the first time they leave the town is when they go on the school trip. And when the school trip is over, you like see that like whole area like start to destroy and like go all over the place. And then you see it later all destroyed with all the like rocks floating everywhere when they go there on the train later. Be good, no. Love the ending. Yeah, honestly, I really like it. I like the characters a lot. All of them, honestly. Even silly friend, like best friend guy character ends up being pretty good. I like the animation. I like that it's like very purposefully trying to copy like old Sentai stuff. Like it makes the monsters look like they're a guy in the suit. Like when the one has the like super long extended neck, like the way that like bounces up and down, and like the way they're like expressionless. It's like it's very much meant to look like those older films where it would be a person in a suit, but they're like designing it so that it still kind of looks that way, and I like that. It's charming. And yeah, I don't know, I just like the characters, I like the story, I think it's really well animated throughout the whole thing. I need to watch that like other one thing that exists, the SSS Dinosaur or whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, Denizen, however, shrug. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, I still want to watch that, because then I'd like to watch that and hopefully watch the Gridman Universe movie that combines them. No, you don't. Only thing it had going was Hot Go. Well, that's what you said about this one, and I liked this one, so whatever. I want to watch it. Get off my back, bro. I probably need to have watched it to watch the Gridman Universe anyway, which I want to watch, so I'll be watching the movie and hating it too. I doubt it's going to be shown in cinemas here. So I'll probably just have to wait for it to be uploaded to Crunchyroll or High Dive or whoever gets it, if anyone even gets it. When it's not super popular movies like this, it's always so hard to know what's gonna happen with them, but hopefully I'll be able to see it somehow. This is Star Wars Visions. See, I guess, because it's just such a mixed bag. Some episodes are, like, freaking fantastic, and some episodes I found bad, or just really boring. You know, it's such a mixed bag when every episode is a different studio and a different director. It's like, it's all over the place. Too far in now? Bro, you watched 2 series. What are you talking about, too far in? That's like as much as watching 1 2-course show. You're not too far in at all. But, yeah, Star Wars Visions, some of the episodes are super fucking good. Like, A-tier worthy, maybe even S-tier worthy. Like, the Trigger ones are really good. The Two Brothers one, that one was great. Or Twins, or whatever it was called. Two Twins, I don't know. One of the Trigger ones is really good. I liked the Science Saru one, just as its own little short kind of thing. That was, like, very, like, Yashiki vibes, that one. I can't remember which studio did the first one, but I really liked the first episode. And there's some other ones in there that are just super fucking great. I wish I remember who did the lightsaber one, where, like, a girl goes to meet a bunch of... She thinks she's delivering lightsabers to a bunch of, like, Jedi, and she's getting chased by the Resistance the whole time, the Empire, rather. And then she gets there, and she gives the lightsabers to all of them, and they're all like, oh, we're actually, Sith, so you're fucked. And she's, like, the only one that's good, and she uses her lightsaber to fight them all off, and there's one other one, actually, that's part of the group that's also good, and he helps and fights them off. That whole episode is really good for both its climax and the lead up to it when she's delivering the lightsabers. A lot of fun stuff in that one. Twin Tail one? Maybe. I can't remember. I can't remember the details. There's also a really good one about these two girls that, like, aren't sisters, but they grew up together as sisters, and one of them becomes evil at the end, and one of them's a good girl. And she's, like, a bunny girl, I think. And, that one's really good. I liked that one. But yeah, there were also episodes that I just found completely boring, or they just weren't interesting. Like the second episode, I think, in particular, I really didn't like, the music one. And then there's another one later where a bunch of just nothing happens and it's really boring. I think it's the other Trigger one, maybe? But don't quote me on that, because I can't remember specifics. Either way, there's been a Star Wars Visions Season 2 announced. I'm glad that it at least exists, because it's like... You know, if Disney's gonna have $20 trillion a day, then they may as well put some of it into the anime industry, and also it is really cool that they're just like this is a really creative thing for these directors and studios, where they're just like, we have so much budget that you can do whatever the fuck you want, and, you know, only Disney's gonna have the kind of pull, and with an IP that so many people love as Star Wars, to be able to, like, make a show where every episode's a different director and a different studio. Like, that must be crazy to coordinate. But yeah, I'll probably watch season 2, because again, some episodes are fucking amazing, but some are just misses, and so that's why I kind of had to just end up putting it in C, because it's a mixed bag, really. But overall, it does have very good quality. At least all of them are very, like, you can tell that all of them got given a lot of time and money to work on it. I'm surprised it was made with Disney. Well, Disney owns Star Wars, so how could it not be made without Disney being involved? They have to be involved. They fucking own it. But yeah. They basically... It's just a cool idea, you know? You don't expect Disney to come up with a cool idea, a cool creative idea like that, where it's like, every episode, different studio, different director. And that's before they even licensed any anime onto Disney Plus. Like, this was the first anime thing that was on Disney Plus, was this. Yeah, but Disney hates their fans. That's like the least true thing you could say. The fans are the people that give them money. Disney love their fans. They love their fanatic fans that don't think about anything and mindlessly buy Disney. They hate people that are actually critical of their work and have their brains turned on. They love milking their fans. They do. They do. If they can milk you, they love you. Because they'll milk you for everything they got. If you're gonna open your butthole wide and take the big Star Wars and Marvel pill that gets shoved in there every month. Every month there's a new Star Wars or Disney thing to consume. And you better be willing to take it all. Deep inside. They're just like Pokemon fans. Are Pokemon fans like that though? It's like general consensus that the new games have problems. I haven't met many Pokemon fans that are like, yeah, the performance issues, they don't exist, and I think the game's perfectly made. I've only seen Pokemon fans being like, man, I wish the games were made better, and I like the older ones more than the current ones, and they have a lot of problems, but they're still fun, and I still enjoy them, for the most part. But I admit to all the issues that they have. I haven't seen anyone being weirdly mindless about Pokemon in a long time. I'm sure they're out there, but, I mean, I don't think it's a very common position to be in. Like, I'm a big Pokemon guy, but god damn, I just wish they fucking made their games better. I wish all the higher-ups at Game Freak got fired because they're all such old blood that made glitchy 2D games, and now when it's 3D, they cannot keep up at all. They need to hire new blood. They need to hire people that are better at making these games. They're still fun. Keep all the designers. The Pokemon designs are still great, but, like, god damn. Pokemon Snap is perfect. It's pretty damn close. It's short, so there's not many opportunities they have to do something wrong. Pokemon Snap is pretty fucking good, though. I love Pokemon Snap. New Pokemon Snap was also pretty solid. But, I don't know. There's things I like about new Pokemon Snap more than the original, and there's things I like about the original more than the new. So it would be nice if, I don't know, if one was made that I could unambiguously say in every aspect is better than both of those. It'd be good to have another one, but new Pokemon Snap is really fun as well. But original Pokemon Snap will always be iconic. And Pokemon Black 2, White 2 is still the best mainline Pokemon games. You can't at me. Do not at me. Steins Gate, we all know where this is going. Can we all agree? Look at Aura making a non-controversial take. The coldest take in the fucking universe right here. Steins Gate is good, guys. Go watch it. Top of it. There's no top. It says right there, not organized horizontally. It's just the tiers. Nothing else matters. I'd just make an individual list if I was gonna do that. Number 1 is Kaon. Number 2, Cheerfru. that stays true up there. But yeah. Here's something everyone can agree on. Steins Gate's fucking good. If colors line up, exactly. I organize it by what I think looks the best. And also, like, the Ghibli movies, I wanted to put them all next to each other, so they're all next to each other. When I finish this, before I actually post it as a image, when I, like, load out the image and take the image on its own, I'll probably, like, reorganize it just to try and make it look nice, but I won't move anything to different tiers, because it's not organized horizontally. I just try to not make the colors, like, blend into each other too much, which makes one of them, like, it makes it look like they're, like, elongated weirdly and stuff. Especially because of Haikyuu. The Haikyuu one's just so awkward. It's like, because I should get a different season cover to be the Haikyuu one, because it's like, the image, like, ends there, it seems like. This bottom part is just the title Haikyuu and then white on the side. So when you put it on top of something that's, like, really white, it, like, blends in and makes it look like the one below it is, like, taller. Because it feels like that end bit of the visuals should be, like, the end of the Haikyuu cover, but it's not, so. Anyway, Steins Gate is fucking great. This isn't this doesn't include the movie or Zero or anything. because I haven't watched those, and I've heard nothing but bad things about Zero, so I don't think I'd like it. But Steins Gate is fucking phenomenal, amazingly directed, amazing, like, the use of colors is amazing. I love how, like, the harsh lighting is used a bunch to make the middle of Tokyo in broad daylight feel like this strange, alien, unfamiliar place. Because there's, you know, that, like, feeling of uneasiness hangs over the whole show. And they're able to make it feel that way in any situation, even though it's like, this is the middle of a busy city in the middle of the day, but it feels dour because of this, like, the harsh lighting they use all the time. It's crazy. Did you watch Zero in the movie? I literally just said no, they're not included. I haven't seen them. But yeah, I love Steins Gate. This is just the main series we're talking about. Why not? Because I've heard they're bad. Yeah, I love the main series of Steins Gate. I quite like the movie. Maybe the movie's fine. I'm actually mainly talking about Zero when I say I've heard people say it's bad. I watched a video essay that explained a bunch of stuff, and I know that means I can't actually have an opinion on it, but, you know, when you watch a video that does actually explain a bunch of aspects of it, you can make a good guess whether you'd like it or not, and it feels like something I wouldn't enjoy, but I can't know for sure unless I watch it. Will I ever do that? I don't know. Maybe someday, but for now all I've seen is the main series, and I have no real strong desire to watch Zero. It's like, I don't know, it's not anything, it's like, oh, the alternate universe that then he sent the thing through. It's like, I don't need to know that I don't know. Even as just the concept, it's like, I don't really care that much. I don't feel like I need to watch it. It's a timeline that doesn't exist anymore. Sounds like an Eva fan? What are you talking about? I literally said I know that means I can't form a proper opinion on it, but, you know, if you watch a video essay on something, you can, you know, see, if they explain everything well and talk about a bunch of different aspects, you can be like, okay, maybe I won't watch this, you know, because I feel like I won't enjoy it. I'm not saying I have a proper opinion on it and that I'm going to say it's bad or anything. I'm just saying, I saw someone explain a bunch of stuff about the show and talk about it, and it seems like something I personally wouldn't enjoy, so I haven't watched it yet. Maybe someday I will. I obviously can't give an opinion on it. I just feel like it won't be something I'd enjoy. I don't think it's that crazy to say. It's like the same as watching a review. People use reviews to validate their opinions all the time, especially you. You love to pull out, oh, this game sold well. Oh, this game has a good Metacritic score. Like, fuck off, it's the same thing. You're allowed to use what other people say about a thing to judge if you think you'll like it or not. Obviously, you can't come to an opinion until you actually consume the product, but if I see people whose opinion I generally agree with say something's bad and they explain why it's bad, and I'm like, yeah, that does sound like something I'd also dislike, then I'm allowed to say I haven't watched it because I think it will be bad. I'm not going to go around telling people, yeah, I've watched it and it's bad. Like, I just say, hey, I haven't watched it because I think I'll dislike it. I don't think it's that crazy of a thing to say. This is this Stella no Maho? Magic of Stella, right? That's what it's called, right? Just see. It's nothing special, but it's pretty cute. It's a bunch of cute girls making a video game. They have a video game making club in their high school, and they make a video game. This chick's got a keyboard because she's the composer. The main chick's like an artist. This chick's the programmer. I can't remember what these other two do. But, yeah, Stella no Maho is just a really simple, cute show. It's like it's also like one of the only shows I watched on Daisuke. You guys remember fucking Daisuke? You remember that streaming service? I watched it back in the day when it was on that. I think now it's on like High Dive or something, but back then it was on Daisuke only, and so I used that to watch it. It was not a very successful streaming service, but it had good stuff on it. It had this, it had Iron Blooded Orphans on it and stuff like that. Like, it was crazy. It was actually alright. Yep, Daisuke. The only thing was, it was always free. There was no paid option. Instead, it was always free. It just also always had ads. You couldn't pay to get rid of the ads. Gunpla ads. Was it mainly Gunplas? I don't even remember. This was like the only thing I watched on it. I then also watched Yuri Kakubo's talk show, because for some reason that was on Daisuke subbed. Which is cool. I like stuff like that, like having like a literal fucking Japanese talk show being subtitled on a service. I like the idea of that, but yeah. Over and over and over Gunplads. Damn, fair enough. I don't even remember the ads that much. But yeah, still no Maho watched on that. So when I think of this show, I always think of Daisuke. Those were the worst of times. Those were the blurst of times. No, wait, it's best of times and blurst of times. Never mind. It was the best of times, it was the blurst of times. Yeah, she is. She can only draw, like, old men, like old grizzled men, instead of anything cute. And so the whole show, like, her arc is trying to get better at drawing cute things. Because, like, all she can draw is, like, she's a good drawer, but it's all, like, old, scruffy, like, sophisticated, like, old men, you know, real tough guy type, old guys and buff guys and stuff. It's so funny. Yeah, it's pretty fucking funny, honestly. It's a good joke. And then she has to try to learn to draw cute characters. It's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's like nothing crazy special, but I quite enjoy it. It's quite a sweet, cute little show. Nothing too wrong with it. Nothing too crazy good with it either. A good time though. Strike Witches. This is just Season 1. And I guess because Brave Witches isn't a thing I grabbed earlier, I guess it also includes Brave Witches. All I've seen is Strike Witches Season 1 and Brave Witches. Alright, so let's not get crazy. I know that everyone says that Strike Witches Season 2 is when it gets crazy good. And so I keep putting off watching it, but I really want to. And then I gotta watch Road to Berlin and all the other stuff. It's all good. I mean, I do enjoy Season 1 and Brave Witches, but I think B for me, for now. I've heard Season 2 is the best part. Just not Luminous Witches. I feel like I'd enjoy Luminous Witches, though, if I watched it. Idol Girls. I don't care if they wear pants. I mean, the whole point is that it's a spin-off, though, so it's meant to be a completely different vibe, and so yeah, if that vibe's not your vibe, then yeah. The whole point is for it to be something different within the same universe. But yeah, I like Strike Witches. I watched the first season, like, ages ago, and then I watched Brave Witches, I feel like 2-ish years ago. Not even a good idol show? Well, like I said, I can't know for sure. Haven't seen it yet, but I probably will watch it at some point. Whenever I catch up on the whole World Witches franchise, but yeah, I guess I should say World Witches, because I'm not just talking about Strike, I'm talking about Brave as well. But yeah, I like World Witches as a whole, I like Strike Witches, I like Brave Witches, they're both pretty good, pretty fun. Brave Witches was, like, better, in my opinion, than Strike Witches, but I feel like a lot of the ideas that it introduces are probably going to be transported into the world and used in, they're going to be, like, then used in Strike Witches 2 and stuff. Because it's a lot of interesting stuff that makes it a lot better, like the different eyes and the different magic powers and the different affinities and the different like type variants on the enemy, instead of them all just being the same. They have like different kinds that do different things. And yeah, and I think adding all those extra elements and systems to the world makes it more interesting, which is probably how it's then been able to continue existing for so long, instead of being the somewhat plain parts of Strike Witches, which more so gets by on having good characters and an interesting story to tell. But I don't think it would be able to keep that up into Season 2 if it weren't for the stuff that Brave Witches has. So I hope that the stuff in Brave Witches is then kept in the world for Strike Witches 2 and onward, into Road of Berlin and everything else. But yeah, for now, B, it'll probably go higher once I watch more, because I've heard that the later stuff is even better than the early stuff, so we'll see. But for now, it's just a solid B. It's a good show. I like it. I think it's funny they don't wear pants. They don't wear pants. It's just funny. Even when they don't have their gear on, they never wear pants. And because of that, there was controversy when the fucking JSDF fucking had a collab with them and used a promotional image on a poster, and everyone's like, those girls aren't wearing pants. Summer Wars, absolute A tier. Summer Wars is fucking fantastic. I love Summer Wars so much. Probably the second best... what's his name? Whatever the guy's name is that directs these, it's probably his second best work. With his best being our war game in Digimon. Shinkai, yeah, Makoto Shinkai. Probably his second best work, at least in my opinion, obviously. Opinion, guys. But yeah, I fucking love Summer Wars. I got it like a couple of years ago, and I watched it, and I was just instantly like, damn. That was really fucking fun. Really fun, good. A lot of great characters. A lot of great animation. A lot of nice, like, chaotic scenes where there's, like, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving parts, and they just animate it well, and it's an absolute vibe. I love the way they, like, show the virtual world. I love all the family, like, coming together to help and beat this thing that they have. Like, it's just... Hosoda? Okay, that does actually, yeah, that sounds more right. It is Hosoda. Yeah, but yeah, his best stuff is, his Digimon stuff, but Summer Wars would be best after that. Right, Shinkai's fucking, like, Your Name and Weathering with You and shit. Both of which are in here. Where are they? There's Weathering with You, and there's Your Name. We'll get to those. But yeah, I love Summer Wars. Enjoyed Wolf Children more. Well, I haven't seen Wolf Children, so that's kind of where I stand on that. Maybe I would like it more. Yeah, Summer Wars is super great. You gotta keep that in mind that I have not seen all of his stuff. I haven't seen Wolf Children, I haven't seen Boy and the Beast, so... I'm missing stuff. I have seen... Actually, I didn't finish Mirai. He was Mirai as well, right? I have it on DVD, and I did start watching it one evening, but I didn't actually finish it. But yeah, I love Summer Wars. Just a bunch. There's so much just cool stuff about it. I'm terrible at explaining myself. Super Crooks D ended up being a huge disappointment for me. It's got some decent animation, and it's got some cool scenes. And I think the first episode in particular is really good. I watched the first episode and I was like, holy shit. This is really good, really exciting. I was really interested in it after that first episode. I was just talking to someone about it this morning. I loved the first episode. And then it's just like, the first episode's like completely unrelated. It was just like a slight origin, and then after that it just skips forward a bunch. I thought it was going to be like, I felt like the other characters, like the girl he likes and the bully and his friend, were going to keep being characters. And I thought, like, that it would be him, like, being a teenager, like, half vigilante, half trying to redeem himself as a hero while he's a teenager, like, and he's stealing from ATMs and stuff at the end of the first episode. I thought it was going to keep being like that. And I was like, that would be super interesting. But then it just cuts forward to when he's a full-blown crook, and it does heist stuff instead that I don't even think are executed that well as, like, heist plots, but whatever. I think it would have been way more interesting if it just kept being like this teenage guy trying to be good, but he's like mostly seen as bad guy, and he's like, he's doing bad things but also good things, and is more of an anti-hero. But yeah, whatever. $285 order, goddamn. Because how mad people got at me for saying it's like The Boys. Yeah, people will probably would get mad about that. I can see why people I I can just imagine the boys fans getting mad about that. But yeah, I just ended up being disappointed with it because I really liked the first episode, and then I think the rest of it was pretty mediocre. It's multiple heist plots, but I think they're all kind of lame as heist plots. They're like, I don't know, heist with superpowers should be like cool, but I never think they go quite big enough with it. And yeah, I don't know. And a lot of the characters like just come and go so quickly, and they're not. I don't know. It's whatever. Mostly just ended up as a disappointment to me, so going D tier, kind of like a 4 out of 10 vibe. Super Cub! Let's go! Let's go! I love Super Cub. It's so good. Super Cub is so fucking good. It just, like, has a vibe, and it just works. It's, like, kind of Iyashikei, but also not really, but it just, like... But it is at the same time, and it's just... I just love the vibe of it. I love the characters. They're really good. I love the, like, slow upgrades they make to their vehicle, like when it starts becoming winter and they gotta put in a bunch of stuff in that makes it less cold for them and stuff. It's like this nice, slow progression of just this thing they really care about. I just love Super Cub. Oh, it's pinned in general channel. Nice. Well... But yeah. Super Cubs is great. How long have we been going? How much do I have left? God, it takes so long. Alright. I need to move along faster, maybe, and not over-explain myself so much. Here's one that's easy to explain. Super H arrows. Superheroes. The show is bad. It's a full-on ecchi show. I watched the first episode, it was kind of interesting. I watched episode 2 and 3, and I found them both to be bad and kind of boring. And I didn't think the fan service and ecchi stuff was that good anyway. So, I just dropped it. I don't even know why I started watching it. Honestly, upon inspection, it's like, if I had just... if I'd spent a bit more time thinking about it, it should have been pretty obvious that the show wouldn't have been for me, but... oh well. I watched it and dropped it, and so there it is. Here is... holy shit, we're finally at the end of S. Supernatural battles came commonplace. Technically when supernatural battles became commonplace. B tier for me. Pretty good one. It's a very un-Trigger show. It doesn't feel like it's by Trigger, but it is. And it's pretty fun. I really like the characters. I really like a lot of the arcs. One of them in particular hit me really hard for... I don't know, reasons I don't really feel like it's okay for me to talk about on stream, because they're related to stuff that happened with some friends, and I don't know, I'm not gonna bring it up in specific why it hit me so hard, but there's one arc in particular in this show that really hit me rough. And yeah, it has it has one of the best scenes ever when freaking... what's her name? I can't remember her name, but when the girl finally breaks down and yells at him about being a chuny, and I love that scene so much, man. Even before I knew that, like, everyone else loved it, I was just like, that's such a good scene. Like, even just for, like, the way she just, like, goes through all the stuff and breaks down the idiocy of being a chuny, even though I am a chuny lover. You know, I know it's silly. I'm not actually a chuny myself, I just love chuny characters, but part of it is because they're fucking dumb and silly. But yeah, and she just, like, goes through all the things, and she, like, lists, like, every aspect of, like, chuny stuff that chuny's like, and just says why they're dumb, and just... great big speech. It's so good. Kodo, that's it, yeah. Great scene. One of, like, it's just absolutely phenomenal stuff. Oh, I was gonna say T is quite big, because I thought I called that Traveling Witch Elena, but no, I would have just called it Witch Elena. No, because it's Wandering Witch, not Traveling Witch, right. Yeah, there's actually not that many T's at all. Why did I saved that as the God of High School instead of just God of High School? Man, that's lame. Anyway. Takagi-san is an S tier, in my opinion. I love Traveling Witch, though that works. Yeah, no, it's Wandering Witch. That's why it's in the W section. I was like, why did I just call it Witch Elena? But no, Wandering Witch. Here is, I love Takagi-san. I love it so fucking much. I didn't put it in S tier just when the first season had happened. Nor did I right away when the second season happened. But I did move it into S before the third season started because just over time, just thinking about it more, just seeing it more, and just, I don't know, the more it's just lingered, I've loved it more and more as time's gone on, even when they didn't make new content for it. But then, of course, they made Season 3, and Season 3 was fucking fantastic. Takagi-san is just an absolute blast of a show. I love it so much. I love the relationship. I love the characters on their own. I even love the side characters, even if Andrew doesn't. The, like, Free Stooge girls. I like them. They're funny, I think. I love their daughter, who we've been seeing in, like, flash forward scenes and stuff, because that's also its own... It's like... The Takagi-san anime is like an adaptation of like 3 different mangas, because it's just taking the Takagi spin-offs and putting their chapters also into the series with Season 3 and stuff. I think Season 2 also had a Takagi daughter scene. I can never remember her name. But yeah, and obviously Takahashi Rei voicing Takagi is just... That's part of what makes it so good for me, man. Nishikata. Whenever she says Nishikata, it's like, oh, that, like, you know, that look she gives to the side, and the way Takahashi Rei says it, it's like, oh my god, please say that to me, please talk to me, Takahashi Rei. I go full simp mode. I go full stan simp mode for Takahashi Rei. Yo, Luigi's Mansion music. I've only seen the one in Season 3. What do you mean the one? Oh, right, the future daughter scene. I see what you're saying. Also, there's a really cool thing. The episode before the episode where they show the daughter scene, they have a scene where Takagi and Nishikata have like they eat lunch together. And if you look at Takagi's bento, like the thing she uses to wrap it up, the little like hanky or whatever that she wraps it up in, it's got this like 4-leaf clover design in the corner. And then in the next episode, when Takagi daughter opens hers, she has the same one. It's got the same pattern on it. So it's like, oh, it's the same one. She passed it down to her daughter. It's a neat little detail that they like don't draw attention to at all, but you can notice if you're paying attention. And I wasn't even the one that noticed. Fucking Takahashi Rei was the one that noticed it, and then she was fangirling about it when in the like podcast thing that she does after each episode of Takagi-san Airs, where she talks about it, and she like mentioned that and was like fangirling about it. It's so funny because like Takahashi Rei like finds Takagi super cute, even though it's like her that voices it, and so she just like constantly fangirls about the show, even though it's like she's like, oh, Takagi's so cute. It's like her doing the voice though. It's funny. It's like, yeah, part of why she's so cute is because your fucking voice, bro. Tacked up Destiny. What a shame. This is kind of another one that was just a disappointment and ended up feeling more bad than good just because of the vibes of it. I don't know. It was a disappointment. It started out really good, and it has some good moments. And maybe if the mobile game came out right away, I would have played it. But it's still not out even now, even though it was meant to come out at the same time as the anime. I like classical music and all that music stuff. And so I probably would have been interested in getting the mobile game just on that alone. But so much time has passed now, and I just don't think back fondly on Tacked Up Destiny. So I can just go sit in D. I'm going to drink some water. It was okay. I mean, it was good. I found it outright good at some points, but yeah. Over time, it just kind of felt. I particularly love the duet scene that they have in, I think, episode 2, because episode 1 is like already established, and then episode 2 actually does the backstory. But when they do the duet and they play Dance Dance Dance, it's no Sing 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 is it called? Whatever that one. The do 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 do. I think it's called Sing Sing Sing. Yeah, that when they do that is fucking great. I love that whole like duet scene that they have. Talentless Nana. A tier for sure. I fucking love Talentless Nana. This is, like I've said before, this is like the one time where I actually find the trope of like a girl being cutesy and then actually turns out to be evil I like, but that's because she's like not a psycho. She's not like cackling, laughing like, oh look at me, I'm so crazy as well as evil. She's like, she's very like thoughtful, you know. She's like very like just like clinically thinking about how she can wipe everyone out. I like that. Yeah, I love Talentless Nana so much. It's I don't know, something about it just really jives with me. I really like Nana as a character. I really like the immortal guy whose name I can't remember. I love that like the first episode is set up as like a really generic like it's just such generic like superhero shit, right? Like superheroes, like it's a superhero school. There's a main Deku guy looking ass, and then it's like, oh, he has no power, but at the end he actually has the best power, which is like also what like Index and so many other shows do, and like a lot of school shows do that, where it's like a special school with powers, like superpower schools and stuff. Shows, they always do that, where it's like, oh, but he actually has a power that's super good. It just can't like, it can't be measured correctly in the system, or like it nullifies every other power, and like everyone thinks he's the worst, but he actually has the best power. And he has the generic like nullify anyone else's power stuff, and it like ends the first episode, and you think it's all, oh, that's like how it is, and then she pushes him off the fucking cliff, and he dies, and it's like, oh, that's like, it's such a good way to end the first episode is like boring and bad. It's like, if this was actually going to be the show, you'd be so like, I'd be so like, this is a piece of shit, but then right at the end when she pushes him off, and then it's like, yeah, it's someone without powers trying to wipe out all the people with powers and kill them, and it's just so fun. They also end up having like a L-Light dynamic where, you know, she's trying to kill everyone, but she becomes friend with the main guy who's investigating it all, who's like eccentric and autism coded, and the two of them like are being friends, and he super suspects her and she's trying to capture her but can never capture her quite in a line, so he's like, ugh. And it's great. It's great. I love it. But it's also like a closed circle that's like just set on an island and everything. And I hope it gets more anime, but at this point it feels like it's probably not getting a second season. Still could, but it's been in like, what, like 3 years, I think, since the 3 years since it aired, around about. It was in a fall, so yeah, I think it's been like exactly 3 years and a bit since it finished. But the manga's on Crunchyroll Manga, so I'm probably just gonna end up reading the manga because I really wanna keep experiencing it. I just think it's super good. Tatami Galaxy, I think A tier. I think I put it in S tier last year, but looking back on it, like, it is good, but I don't think it quite hits S tier for me, but I do really enjoy it. It's another college anime. I like that it's set in college. It's also a time loop one. And, yeah, I mean, it is really, really good. It's like an art house thing, you know. And I think it's Masaki Iwasa, I think. I can't actually remember. Oh my god, bro, it's so hot. I have the fan on, but it's so hot still. Today is really hot, and it's draining me. That's probably why I'm slowly degrading at how good I'm explaining why I dislike things. I like it. It's good. It's got good episodes. It's very art housey. God, bro, I'm so done. It's so hot. Oh, why is it so hot? Let's try and get through this. Teku. Just a very simple comedy. This is only the first season, so there's really not too much to say because they're shorts and only a first season. There's really not much that happens. But I find it very funny. I do find it funny and enjoyable, so C is probably the best spot for it at the moment. If I watch more and keep enjoying it a lot, it'll probably move up, because at this point, even though it's shorts, it's had like so many fucking seasons that it's like it's longer than just a normal season of a show at this point, if you watch all of it. Go out of high school. C, I guess, because it actually starts out really good. I actually liked it early on. Even when it was doing the fast-paced stuff and a lot of people were complaining about the fast pace, I liked it. But then it goes a little too fast-paced and off the rails later. But like the first like half and a bit is really good. The animation is fucking insane. The main fight scene between the main two guys is like actually fucking breathtaking the way they animate that. It's so fucking nuts. And yeah, early on I appreciated the fast pace because they still made sure we cared about the main characters. They gave us, like, there was one episode where they, you know, stepped away from the tournament and actually did show, like, give us character development. They just didn't waste time. There was no fat, there was no fluff. It was the nutrition you need at light speed, as best guy ever said. The nutrition you need at light speed. Yeah, like, I liked it early on when it was just really fast-paced, still giving characters the time to shine, and it even did that for the rival characters as well that they fought. But then they stopped giving it to the rival characters, and they started to skip a little too much of the importance and just kind of go all over the place. And then yeah, that's when the fast pace kind of killed it. But it's because I assume they wanted to reach the end point that they reached at the end of the first season, and then they kind of set up like, oh, this is all the stuff that's gonna happen next, and so I don't know, either it's web novel bait or it's, web manga bait, or they want you to go and, or they're gonna, like, do that in Season 2, and that's kind of, like, when the real show starts, maybe, and so they wanted to get through this stuff early, that's more like the prologue stuff, but, yeah, I don't know. C, because I really like it early on, but then it kind of falls apart. To Your Eternity, this technically doesn't factor in the second season because it's not over, but obviously the fact that I have seen the second season is going to partly color my opinion. But A tier. I've always liked To Your Eternity. I thought the first season was really good. I like the characters. I love the characters. March and Gugu. Like if you cry every time, because I do. March! Oh, poor girl. Poor girl. Poor Gugu as well, man. God damn it. Those two in particular killed me, man. Second season's also been really good. I've been really liking it. Bon is fantastic. Tasty Peach Ulurus. I love him. I also like the new girl. What's her name? I can't remember her name. The Fang girl. She was cool. I like her. She's only been in one episode yet, but yeah. To Your Eternity's good. Tokyo Magnitude 8. Probably another C. It's pretty good early on, but I don't know, as it goes on, it's like there's some good emotional moments, there's some not great ones, there's a few boring episodes in there. I was able to predict the twist before it happened, and then when it did happen, I was like, oh, like, I don't know, it just doesn't do it in a way that hits particularly well, I feel. But yeah, it's still overall a fairly good emotional thing. I mean, I'm not gonna put it in like D or anything, you know. It still does pretty well. I just think it could have been a lot better. Tokyo Revengers, probably a B. it has its problems. Sometimes it's a bit slow. Sometimes the characters kind of waffle a little. They could be better at explaining themselves, and the main character could be better at asking fucking questions. He's seriously dumb sometimes. I swear to God. I obviously like the time travel concept and like the resetting things and then coming back and seeing how much has changed so far. Vibes. Some of the designs are a little too much, and some of the animation was not great a lot throughout. Sometimes it could be good, but there was a lot of it was a lot like a little janky and a little just not great. I'm hoping season 2 looks better. Season 2 starts like really soon, like within 24 hours. Gonna be on Disney Plus. I hope it's good, and I hope it's simulcast in Australia. Probably will be, because Australia, but get fucked Americans, I guess. Unless they do simulcast it. I wouldn't be surprised if they do in America. You gotta remember that it was just the early stuff that didn't get simulcast. Time Machine Blues did, and Bleach is... Or, well, I guess actually, yeah, the Bleach season ended. So Bleach was, like, I don't... Hopefully that means it's consistent from now on, and they just had trouble with Summertime and Black Rock because it was their first time doing it, and they needed to get into the flow of subbing stuff fast, but... I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Disney does actually just simulcast from now on. Everyone kind of jumped to conclusions, but it's like, they've been doing it since then, so... I don't know why everyone acts like why they will then revert back to that as well, despite doing some simulcast. I guess it's just because Bleach is big, they're like, oh, people will do good, but they did it for Time Machine Blues. So obscure that no one even fucking brings it up when they talk about Disney Plus stuff. But yeah, they had that, and they simulcasted it. It's so obscure you don't even know about it, and you're gonna say they're not gonna simulcast obscure things? Get the fuck out of here. That's my hope, at least. At least in Australia as well, we get it before America, because we did get Summertime rendering just a few weeks behind. Why am I going high? Tomodachi Friend sucks. Tomodachi Friend? Tomodachi means friend. Tomodachi game. My mind is fucking melting, guys, because of the heat. I'm so fucking out of it right now. Tomodachi game is bad. It's just really, really edgy shit. Like, the silly smiles and stuff, which... Is it meant to be cool when you have a big, silly smile on your face? Is that, like, cool to edgy people? I don't get it. It just looks ridiculous. I really don't get it. Putty faces, people changing... all the... Like, the characterization is all over the place. The characters are so inconsistent, and things they did in the past make no sense once the author comes up with a new idea of how they want to use that character. They're like, actually, instead I'll use them this way, so... retroactively gonna say they were doing that the whole time, even though that literally means things they were doing in the past were working against their own goals. But sure. I totally believe that's what the character was doing the whole time, and not just a new idea you came up for them. Your Tomorrow, or whatever I think this is called. It's by the same, it's a Ghibli movie. It's by the guy that did Grave of Fireflies, Pompoko, and Princess Kaguya. It's kind of boring. It's alright. It's got some good scenes. It's got some scenes I like. But overall I think it's more of a D than anything, because it's just a lot of boring stuff as well. Not a surprise, since I found Pompoko also extremely boring by him, but I mean, hey, I liked Kaguya, right? I liked Kaguya. But yeah, not a huge fan of this one, but it's alright. It's better than Pompoko, because it does have some stuff I like, but overall I also find it pretty boring. Tonari no Seki-kun, which means neighbor Seki-kun, but the English title is Seki-kun Master of Killing Time. Check that in B. I like it quite a bit. Main girl's really cute, and like, just because Seki-kun doesn't talk is the thing, so the main girl is voiced by Kana Hanazawa. Just like watching him and having these extreme crazy reactions to his to his shenanigans that he does during classroom is pretty fun. And I like all the little games and stuff that he tries to do to just kill time in class. And but her overreactions to them are some of the better stuff, especially like, I don't know. She gets more involved later and even gets directly involved with some stuff later on, and it's fun. I like these two characters, and I like just watching their little shenanigans. It's a short, and it's pretty good time. Oh, we're so close, but still so far. Ooh, I'm trying to get faster because the heat is killing me today. I hope it's not making the stream too boring for everyone, but I feel like I am being a bit boring now, but I just need to get this done. This is Middle Management Blues, and then the guy's name. Fine, chuck it in C. I kind of feel weird about it because it's like, I don't know, it's whatever, it's fine. It's a spin-off of Kaiji, but it's like not really related to it directly in any way. I don't like the way it changes the characterization of some characters. It's not written by the same author as Kaiji, so it's kind of weird, but I don't know, it's fun. It has fun callbacks to the main series. It has pretty alright characters overall. I enjoyed it enough to watch the whole thing, but it's definitely a kind of mixed bag, a bit weird, and sometimes just doesn't work at all. Tonikawa Over the Moon for You is pretty good. Probably chuck that in B. I like it quite a bit. This does include the like SMS special episode, but not the school outfit one, because for some reason, even though Crunchyroll owns the show and produced it, it got taken down off Crunchyroll only in Australia, but they own it, so why would the contract ever run out for the Australian rights when they own it? I don't get that. I don't know if they're gonna rebuy them and fix that, or like what the situation is, but it just disappeared off Crunchyroll a few days before the thing came out. Like, literally, like, 3 days before the school outfit episode, the school uniform special episode came out, it was taken off Australia. Crunchyroll, I don't know why they fucking own it, but sure. So I haven't seen that. But yeah, I really like it. It's a fun series. It's obvious that, what's her name is Kaguya, Princess Kaguya from the moon. And yeah, I don't know, it's just super cute. Watching these two, like, these newlyweds that are also, like, it's also the start of their relationship, and it's just super cute and adorable to watch them progress and be, like, super shy about it. I really like the way the show draws blushes. Yeah. What can I say? Yeah, it's cute. And also in the SMS special, they finally had sex, so... Totoro-san is alright. I kind of enjoy it, but just C for me, because, I don't know, I don't like it as much as most people seem to. I don't know, it's mostly like an animation showcase where, like, not much story is given to it, and it's mostly just watching cool animation stuff, which usually I really like, but I don't know, something about this one just, it doesn't really vibe with me. I'm not particularly into it much, so I don't know, C, maybe B would be more fair, but yeah. Saroon, A tier. Saroon is very much like, what did I already talk about with it with? Right, with like Skate, it's very personal. Meh. Yeah, I know most people are meh on Saroon, but I really like it, and it's mainly because it hit me. It was very personal. The reason for liking it, you know, I talked about how I had a long-standing falling out with a friend, and so friend falling out stuff hits me hard. Sarun has that in one of its arc. And also, while it was airing, was right in the middle of that. It was right in the middle of when I was having this falling out with this friend, and it was just long and painful and making me miserable. And so seeing that happen, so being reflected so accurately in this show, it fucking destroyed me, bro. There were so many nights when I'd just watch an episode and then just be left to crying, and maybe, I don't know, maybe now that that issue is resolved and they're going to continue on, maybe Season 2 I won't enjoy as much, because I haven't watched the first episode of Season 2 yet. But I still like the characters, and I still like, it's still really beautifully animated, so I'm sure I'll still enjoy Season 2 enough, now that I'm like, you know, now that I've kind of gotten into the series and care about the characters, thanks to the first season. Also, the OVA that they did was really good. I actually really liked that. It was a fun time. It was kind of typical sports stuff where it's like, oh, let's go hang out with the school that used to be our enemy team, and then they all kind of like find out that they have a lot in common and become friends and stuff. That stuff's always fun, and happens a lot in, like, pretty boy sports shows. UQ holders. I used to be more generous to this show, but no. It's just E. I haven't watched Negima, so maybe if I watched Negima, I'd care about some of the characters more. And I really did like UQ holders while it was airing, and that's why I say I was more nice to it in the past. Because even looking back, that early stuff, I'm just like, even that doesn't really excite me anymore. But while it was airing, I was really into UQ Holder. And I wanted it to be good. And maybe the manga's good. I don't know. The manga's on Crunchyroll manga, so I guess I could read it if I wanted to. But I don't know. I just ended up not caring for it much. I think this anime had a really bad ending and just kind of started to fall apart. But I did like it while it was airing, but even looking back, that early stuff I don't like anymore now, and I don't know, I guess I was just, maybe it was just right place, right time for me to enjoy it then, and now I don't enjoy it, but whatever, it's a whatever show. If you like Negima, maybe it's for you, but I have not seen Negima, because it's meant to be a sequel to Negima. The, like, main guy is, like, Negima's son, and the, like, chick who's, like, a 1,000-year-old immortal powerful chick or whatever, she's in it as well and stuff. I think Negima also shows up at one point near the end. Usagi drop. This is just the anime, guys. Alright? Let's not let the manga color our opinion. The anime is very cute, very sweet, very adorable. I like it very much. And I mean, there's not much more to say than that. It's just really cute and sweet, and I like watching it. It makes me happy. And we're not going to talk about the manga. Uzaki-chan. I really like it, Uzaki-chan. Put it up in B tier for me. Because I do actually quite enjoy it. I'm quite fond of Uzaki-chan. I don't know. Nagatoro better? What's wrong with you? Nagatoro's the worst teasing girl show. Takagi's the best, Uzaki-chan second best. And Kubo won't let me invisible. If that is a teasing show, it's probably going to be even better than Nagatoro. Easily. Nagatoro sucks. What the fuck? I haven't watched it, bro. I'm messing with you. I haven't watched it. It's not here. I would have put it on already, because it would have been an N. I'm just fucking with you because I haven't even seen it. So I don't know. Maybe it is, but I haven't watched it. And then watch it instead of Uzaki. I like Uzaki, alright? Uzaki's a cutie. She's super cute and funny. And I don't know, I find the show funny. I find it cute. I like the ecchi scenes. They're done well. And I like the main pairing. I think they're really cute together. And I want them to fuck. Uzaki-chan's good. Good stuff. Vivid Butt Operation. This show's obsessed with butts. I'm gonna check that in D tier. Super meh. It just kind of happened. If you like butts, there's a lot of butt shots in the show. There's some alright GIF material from it. Like that one I used in the Discord, which is squeezing out the mayonnaise and then it's like cut in with that other GIF where it's like pouring all over the guy's face. Butts? Yeah, there's a lot of butt shots in this show. Show's obsessed with them. It sticks out like a sore thumb. It's crazy. Like really like the girl's wearing shorts and it's like really tight butt and you can see it all defined in the tight shorts. It's crazy. It's all over the show. But yeah, this is kind of one of those, oh yeah, that shows, you know, where like it came out, it existed, a lot of people watched it because it started out fairly good and then it just fell off, and then so you mention it to people and a lot of people have seen it and then they go, oh yeah, that, and that's all they have to say about it. This is one of those classic A1 pictures, oh yeah, that moment, where it starts out good and then just kind of falls off towards the end. Vivi, Fluorite, Eyes, whatever it's called. B, probably. I wish I could put it in A, because a lot of it is A quality, but the ending really drags it down in the end and leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But the animations in frickin' stellar. The time travel plot is interesting. The story before it gets bad is really good. The ending, the like final arc and bit before it is really a shame. But outside of that, I fucking loved Vivi. It was really well done. I'd put it on par with like Psycho Pass. Before it got bad, I was putting it on par with like Psycho Pass and Ghost in the Shell as like just really high quality, really good anime sci-fis, and I still think that way about like the first like 3-4 arcs. I just think the last one arc of it is just not very good. I didn't like it very much. I think the ending kind of ruins it. But hey, the animation's still good. The rest of it's still really good. So I'm willing to put it in B at the very least. It's still good stuff. Wondering which Elena. Probably gonna chuck this up in A tier. I really liked Wondering Which. It starts out kinda just fine, and you're like, oh, this could be like a cute, simple show, and then it just shows you that it's willing to do like all different kinds of stories. Like each story can be so different from the rest. Like sometimes the show's like really cute and fun and innocent, and there's the other girl, the Saya girl, who I really like. Episodes with the two of them are really fun. Saya is also a cutie. And they have, yeah, so they have those like cute, simple ones. They have more like adventure ones and action ones, and then they just sometimes get dark as fuck. Like sometimes Wondering Which got fucked up dark. Like the bakery one, the one where the chick goes back in time to, and like, oh my god, to try and save her friend, and then everyone like gets fucking massacred, and it's really like fucked up, and then Elena has to kill a child to try and fix the fucking timeline after they went back in time. It's so messed up. It's so fucked up. I hope for another season. Yeah, another season would be really great. And then, of course, the first fucked up one is when the kid shows like all the happy memories he collected to the slave girl he likes, and having seen so many good memories that she doesn't get to experience or live, she realizes life can be so much happier, and she fully realizes how much her life sucks, and she kills herself. And the flower one, where, like, oh my god, the guy goes to get the flowers from, like, the sister, and he ends up just getting consumed by the flowers, and then a bunch of flower zombies are marching towards the town, and Elena just leaves. Because she's not a hero. She doesn't save anyone. She just comes, does her part, and then she leaves. Even if it's like leaving it in a super fucked up state. Like same with the dragon one, the bakery one. It's just leaves it in a super fucked up state. It's just like, damn. It can be Cutie Yashike vibes, and it can also be like fucked up like vibes. It's crazy. Weathering with You. A tier, honestly. I really like Weathering with You. It's better than Your Name in my opinion. It's the best one. It's the best Shinkai film. Weathering with You is fucking fantastic. I love the characters. I love the story. It's actually well written, and it incorporated its good ending was planned from the beginning. Your Name had, like, the good ending just attached onto the end at a later point, because if you've seen Shinkai's other films, all of them have sad endings before Your Name. Your Name just had it, so like Your Name, when they're like older, they don't know each other, they're just both in the city, that would have been the ending point of a different Shinkai film before that. But then they tacked on that ending where they see each other in the train and run to each other, and so it doesn't feel like it, because it wasn't leading up to that. Like, it very much feels like it was leading up to, like, them forgetting each other and then going into the future, and they're both just adults and they don't know each other. It felt like that was meant to be the vibe. Weathering with You wants them to be together at the end from the start, and so for that it's able to be much better, because it still is able to have a dire ending while having the couple be together at the end, because the world is, like, flooded and all fucked up because she didn't go away, and I love that they're just like, fuck the world, we'll just let it be destroyed so that we can still be together. Kind of a big dick Chad move, and also all the stuff before that's really beautiful, and obviously it's, like, really gorgeously well animated, and it's a beautiful story, beautiful animation. I love it. I think it's really good. I like it. I like Weathering with You. I will go watch the Chair Door movie when it is in cinemas here, probably with my friend, because there's the same friend that I went and saw Your Name with, and then we went and saw Weathering with You together as well. Diva A Live, D. You know what? No. D. D. Stick with D. I just watched it because it was a Wicross thing, but it's completely nothing related to Wicross. And I know it's like an Idol spin-off, so it's meant to be completely different, but I also thought it would still be good. But I kind of realized that the main problem is I don't know the rules to Wicross and how the game works, which is fine. I'm fine with the main show not explaining how it works, because, like, the outcomes of the match and they also break the rules anyway, like any other card game show, and also it's more about the characters and the drama of what happens in the main show. But in this one, it's really hard to care when you don't know the rules, because it's much more straightforward just playing Wicross with other people, and there isn't the whole dark alternate world, people die if they lose too many times shit and everything, or, like, even if you win, your body gets, like, possessed and shit like that. Like, none of that is touched on here, because, yeah, it's meant to be a lot simpler, but, like, then it's just like a card game show at that point, and because they don't explain the rules, because Wicross never does, it becomes a problem, because I don't know how to play Wicross. I don't play it in real life, so I don't know. It just becomes nothing for me. But hey, main Wicross series, the main Wicross series I can get behind, but I think I'll put it in C, because I don't like the first season. I really like the second season, and then there's all the, like, it becomes, like, after the two selector seasons, there's, like, I think they're called, like, infected seasons or whatever. And it just starts to get ridiculous. Like, they just keep needing to make bigger and badder versions of, like, who's running the game that they can beat. Like, at first they beat the person that runs the game, and then they beat, like, the White Room itself, and so then they need to beat, like, an even higher god power that's, like, running the game somehow. Honestly, I think the first season I have my problems with. It's got an alright ending. Second season I really like. Even third season's pretty good, but the fourth season's kind of a mess. Even though it has the cool, like, all-star thing, where it's like, it gets all the old characters who have ever been part of a game now will be part of the same game, and we get some cool fights that way, but overall the narrative's just a mess at that point, and the whole ending is typical Aspel. The ending's always an Aspel with these fucking Wicross series, man. Or as Chris would say, Wicrossos, and other things that are not Wicross. It's not hard, it's just Wicross. It's just called Wicross. Yes, it's dumb that they put the cross there, so you're meant to say cross, but then they still put the OSS, but, I mean, I don't think it's that hard to remember Wicross. Wonder Egg Priority. Are people gonna hate me for saying Wonder Egg Priority sucks? Because it does. Baby's first bully show. Baby's first anti-bully show. It just beats you over the head with the point. The animation's beautiful, but that's about the only thing about Wonder Egg that's good. Which, you know what? Fine, I can give it a D because the animation's beautiful. Yo, shit, Baronade raided me. We're, like, almost done, but I appreciate it. Raid with 15, Pog. Long Horse. And also, the planet one is just... It's just so dumb. But I do like a big, long butter horse. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody that came from Baronade's stream. We're doing anime tier list, and I'm almost done. Actually, I only have this many to add back in. I was just talking about how Wonder Egg Priority sucks ass. Is Ray here? Didn't he like Wonder Egg Priority? Hey Ray, Wonder Egg Priority sucks. Wonder Egg Priority is good? Nah. It's got really good animation, but that's about it. See, here's the thing though. I disliked it before it had the compilations. Yo, Sandwalker, thanks for the follow. No, it's not good. Aaron's on... For one time, Aaron agrees with me on some... Art animation got worse over time. Yeah, I saw that the like final episode that came out later had like just actually like the art and animation. The only good thing left was like gone. I like highly ambitious shows anyway. I do too, but it's not highly ambitious. It's like it's very basic and plays it very safe. It just has good animation and direction. That doesn't equal ambition. That equal it becoming bad later also doesn't equal ambition. That equals poor planning. It wasn't ambitious at all. It's like Baby's first anti-bullying show. It beats you over the head with the points. In like the second or third episode, before she beats the bad guy of that episode, she's like, "Sorry to tell ya, but bullying is just wrong." And that's like meant to be like a cool one-liner moment. It's like, okay, bullying is bad. Good job, show. It's like has good art, has good direction. Has good animation, but that's it. The like moral is so like fucking basic, and it's just so bashes you over the head with it. It's like so uninteresting. I think a member was literally hospital. Yeah, that's poor planning. That's what that is. Fucking don't air it so soon. Air it later. If they sat down and planned it out well so that it would be done in time, like fucking good studios do, like KyoAni and Ufotable, then guess what? You don't have to fucking hospitalize any of your goddamn workers. That's not ambitious. Let's not conflate destroying yourself to work for a shitty company as ambition. I hate the way people do that. Like, oh, if you're working hard and you get hospitalized, that just shows how much of a good, cool, hard worker you are. It's like, no, that's stupid. Don't destroy yourself to work. That's not good. That's a flaw in the system. But fair, like, yeah, I every studio, I know you're saying can't be KyoAni or Ufotable. Why not? Why can't they be? They can. They just choose not to because they want to pump out the fucking 5 shows a season and see which one gets popular. Every studio can be like that. Why are we accepting mediocrity when we can see what the best is? Oh, I know that better is possible, and I've seen better, and there are better studios that work and function and are able to get anime out on time and make money and make some of the best stuff, which is why they're able to don't have to make it so much stuff, and they only put out 1 or 2 things a year because that's what good planning gets you, and they actually care about their employees. But I'll accept mediocrity because I just say they can't do it, I guess. Because I just made that up in my head out of nowhere. Like, the fact that 2 studios are like that is the proof that every studio can be like that. It just doesn't want to, because none of them want to take the risk, or none of them think that it actually does work, or they just don't care and they make more money by pumping out a million mediocre things, and every now and again one of them becomes a big hit, even though it's not super well made, and then they just make the sequels to that be super well made, and they still get all the money they need by doing that, and they prefer that method instead of the method of making everything be a big hit, but you only put out like 1 or 2 things a year, because you actually plan them out. Like, no, every studio can be that, they just choose not to. But yeah, Wonder Egg Priority, good art, good animation, completely basic story with really basic morals that made it super uninteresting for me. And then I dropped it before it even started having real troubles, like when they made a numbered episode to be a recapped episode, which, I mean, that was gonna, that would have killed it for me once I hit that point anyway, because I watch all numbered episodes. I don't ever skip episodes, because then that would make my mouse stats wrong if I said I watched an episode when I didn't. So I'd have to set the show to dropped with one before the ending, but that's also not true, so I would have to sit through and watch the recap episode in its entirety to actually finish the show on my terms, so that would have been rough. When it's a 0.5 and a separate thing, that's fine, but when it's a numbered episode, whew. And then because it was a numbered episode, that means that they still had an episode that they needed to do later, and apparently at that point even the good art and animation was no longer a part of it, and it just completely fell apart. Because, yeah, it's almost like everyone in the anime industry has their schedule completely fucking booked. And so when you poorly plan out something and then you need to call those people back to do more work, it's like, well, I'm working on this show this season and this other show this season, and now I need to work on this extra episode. Of course it was going to come out shitty, regardless of you're like, oh, they have 3 months to work on it. No, they have 3 months of people trying to work on it in between doing the work they were already booked to do for that season. Yeah, no, absolute recipe for disaster. This is why KyoAni and Ufotable, like, accurately planning your stuff out is so good, because if, like, it just makes sense to take the time to plan your shit out accurately, but no one fucking does it. They're all lazy. They just want to pump out a million shit and hope one of them will be a success. And it works! It works for them often enough. That's why they do it. You know, it works enough to meet their needs, even if it's absolutely shitty. As a consumer, as a viewer, you know, I can complain when the shitty business strategies also work, so yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. Almost done here. This is Neighbors the Yamadas. It's by the same guy that did Grave of the Fireflies and Pompoko, which also suck. And it sucks. It's like Pompoko, it's just incredibly boring and uninteresting. It has a few funny scenes, but for the most part it's just bad, because this director from Studio Ghibli has only made like 1 movie I actually liked. Here's Your Name. See? Your Name is incredibly overrated. I still like it, it still looks good, but it's filled with problems. I think it lacks rewatch value, is kind of a big problem with it. I really care about rewatch value, and Your Name is kind of rough on the rewatch value side, because you start to notice all the plot holes. I mean, I commend the movie for constructing itself in such a way that you don't really notice any of the issues the first time watching, and it's only really upon a rewatch that you start to notice that stuff. It is commendable that it's able to do that and get around its issues that way, but it still does mean that now that I have rewatched it multiple times, it is kind of an issue for me whenever I think about the show. It just falls apart the minute any thinking is done on it at all, which is, yeah, weird, a problem. But it's fun, it's fairly enjoyable, it looks really pretty, and for all those reasons I still do put it in C. It's still good, it's just, well, it's still alright, it's just, it just doesn't do it for me, because it just kind of falls apart and destroys itself. And the fact that they tacked on the happy ending that really comes out of nowhere, because the movie was clearly building up to the sad ending where they don't know each other, but then they just retcon it right at the end. is annoying. I mean, the movie's just seeping with stuff that was made to make it very likable, which, I mean, it is likable, but I just prefer Weathering with You so much more. Weathering with You, the real best Shinkai film. It's not bad by any means. I understand why a lot of people like it, but yeah, that's just my stance on it. Now we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Catapult Turtle destroys flotation rings. I would have to put original Yu-Gi-Oh! I think in C, because it's such a mixed bag. Duelist Kingdom's alright. Battle City's really good. Season 3, the Battle City finale parts of Season 3 are good. The filler arc is really bad. The Season 4 I actually like. It's the Orichalcos. I know a lot of people dislike the Orichalcos arc. I quite like it. And then the final arc is also pretty cool. The final season, rather, is also pretty cool. I know technically the Orichalcos is filler, but I don't know. I like it. I think it's good, and it has some really good duels in it. But yeah, because of this, like, mixed bag, where there's, like, some really bad seasons in there and sometimes really bad episodes, C is probably the best for it. It's being dragged down a little bit, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is iconic. This is also, yeah, this is just the Duel Monsters part of it, and I've never watched that in Japanese as well. I've only watched the fucking 4Kids dub. But it's iconic. Iconic dub. TBH. This is GX. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX! Generation X! Also probably just belongs in C, to be fair. GX is fun. It's a mess though in terms of the writing. It constantly just writes itself into weird corners. It's like the writer had the people making it had one idea and then they changed their mind and want a different idea, and so it just keeps bouncing around because it's like, well, that is meant to be the idea, but now we don't really want to do that, so we want to do something else. So now both of those things are going on at the same time, and they clash in weird ways, and no one plot is being fully explored because they just keep getting abandoned for, like, new ideas. Like, it's all over the place, the writing. The early seasons are a lot more simpler when it's just set in the school. And I still enjoy the duels all throughout, except for the last one. The final duel in the final season is ass. Also, I watched this in Japanese, and I did not watch this one with the English dub. Although I watched a bunch of English dub episodes from it when I was a kid. But when I watched it properly, I watched it in Japanese. Yeah, I don't know. It's just messy. It's alright. I do like some seasons. I do like some episodes. I really like some characters. Some arcs are super good. And yeah, it's got a lot of good characters, and good duels. But overall, just see, because it's just such a mess sometimes, man. Oh, 4 more left. I can't even remember anything about this show except for one scene where there's a train going through a suburban district. It's some Yuri thing. It's like a 2-episode OVA. I can barely remember it, so I chuck it in D, because that's just the mess pile where unmemorable things go. Eurocamp. S tier. I fucking love Eurocamp. Super, super good. It's like peak cute girls. It's actually not peak cute girls, but it's peak Yashike and peak Yashike with cute girls. Eurocamp's just, it's fucking amazing. Oh shit, 3 minutes ago, Chikamuto, thank you for the follow if you're still here. I just saw that now. Now it's been 4 minutes since you did that. Thank you for the follow. My 95th follower, Pog. I'm almost at 100 followers, goddamn. And after this stream, I should have met all the requirements to become affiliate as well. So, it's all coming up Millhouse. I'll probably love it as I love camping, just haven't yet. It's so fucking good, dude. It's such good Yashike. I absolutely love it. It's really fucking Kino, baby. But yeah, love Eurocamp. Super good. One of the best shows ever made. It's in my top 10 overall. I just love it. Yuri. Oh, we're gonna have to do some rearranging, boys. Actually, no, we won't. Right, 1, 2, 3. Well, actually, all good. Yuri, I love. A tier. It's a really good comedy. It's kind of, you know, along with like No Nonbyuri and Azumanga Daioh and Ikamasame. It's kind of that same vibes of comedy, especially Ikamasame and Jahi. It's really similar to those two in its comedy. And yeah, I just love it. This third season in particular is the best because it does the thing I always love that shows like this do, where it expanded the cast and started to get into side characters who had always kind of been there, but never really got focus, and now they start to get focus, which just means there's more dynamics and things they can do. Yuri is an absolute blast. Super fucking funny. I hope we get more seasons, because it deserves so much more. It deserves to keep getting more seasons. Also, since Yuri Camp gets called Laid Back Camp, I guess that makes Yuri be Laid Back Lesbians. Which is an accurate title, honestly, so... And now we have Zanki no Terra, or Terra in Resonance, or Terra in Tokyo. It's got, like, so many different titles. It's a meh. Will Andrew get one last bad take? Will you? Do you really like it? Do you really like it? Yep. Okay. Well, I liked it early on. The animation's really beautiful. Shinichiro Watanabe is a great director. The early stuff is really, really good. And the direction's good, like, throughout. But the thing is, just as it gets to the middle and towards the end, it just becomes an absolute mess. This girl is the most brick character fucking ever. She barely matters. She barely exists. She's just there to be fucking love interest for the main guys. And when Andrew said I really liked it, I really liked it early on. Like, I agree, amazing directing, music and everything. I think it looks great throughout and is directed great throughout. Other than the first episode, like, the first episode's great. All the early episodes are really great. It just kind of late middle. Once they introduce that, like, other chick and they start doing the weird chess at the airport thing, it's like we already had a rival for the main characters in the detective guy. Like, why did we have to introduce this? Like, why couldn't you just make the detective be smart? He, like, almost got them a few times, but then they feel they need to introduce another, like, smart, born-in-a-lab person to be a rival to them for some reason. It's just messy. And then the ending is, I don't know, the whole thing just falls apart. And it doesn't really feel like their goal makes sense. Like, what they were doing was really pushing towards that. And then they tell the, like, detective guy that, like, oh yeah, we totally wanted you to find us so that you can send our message back or whatever. It's super weird and dumb. Ferris wheel scene was so emotional. I think that comes back to me not caring because I don't care about this girl. She's a fucking brick. She's just there to be a love interest for the two guys. And so, while I can kind of agree that it was, you know, well directed and well made for what an emotional scene should have, I personally didn't find it very emotional, despite its good construction, because I just didn't care about her. She's just such a nothing. Like, she's just there. She's literally just put in... She's the most useless anime character that has existed in a long time. It's hard to be more useless than her. I'm gonna be honest. Pretty bad. But hey, the tier list is done. Let's run through it real quickly. I'm just gonna kind of skim it and see if there's any small adjustments I want to make. If there's anyone I want to move up or down a little bit. I'm happy with S tier. All those shows are amazing. I'm gonna move Devilman Crybaby down to B. I don't quite like it as much. Yep. All of these shows are absolute bangers. I feel a little uncomfortable about Psycho Pass because the second season is really trash, but, you know, just keep that in mind. The second season's trash. Yep, that's a really good A tier. All those shows are fantastic. Yep, those are all shows that are good. C. I'll move Prince of Stride down to D, I think. But in exchange, I think I will move Charlotte up into C. In the end, it is just a really bad ending. The more I thought about it, it's not bad enough to be D, really. D is super messy. A lot of these things are in here for weird reasons and because they're mixed bags, but oh well, I suppose. Move Gunslinger Girl up. The second season's bad, but the first season's good enough that it should be able to equalize in C instead of in D. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. E. These are all bad shows. Yep, pretty much. And F, the absolute worst things human has ever created. According to Mal, I liked it. Half of D tier is some of my favorites. Crap. Look, it's some of them are mixed bags. Just move old D to A, 86 up. Thank you for moving Devilman. Dr. Stone to C element. Bro, fuck off. I love Dr. Stone. It's like one of the best Shonen Jump shows. Get fucked, beach. I love Dr. Stone. Better than Chainsaw Man. School Day's too high. I kinda like it, alright? Agreed, we thought, well, yeah, me and Andrew had a little mini debate about School Days. Well, it was the best of times, it was the blurst of times. Had so many mini debates, many tangents were had, many rants were had. I feel like my brain is melting. It's been like, what, like 5, 6, 10... It's been like over 20 hours doing this. But it's done. We're here. I'm pretty happy with this. I will save the image and probably post it in all the Discords I'm in and stuff. The only problem is the tier maker logo likes to cover it gives it a watermark, so it covers like I think 3 or 4 of the shows. So what are like the least important S tiers? I already put these 2 here. It's hard. I love all the S tiers so much. I don't know, but I definitely want that out of there. I want that to be visible as well, so I guess we'll just go with that. I love everything in S tier, but I don't know, that's something has to be weirdly covered up by the watermark. You can still make out what it is as well if you like know, and since you've watched these videos, everyone will already know anyway, but yeah, the watermark does cover it up. Lane, get fucked, bro. Lane's a fucking great show. Ray, are you still here? Come in and defend me. Lane's great. You're a Lane simp. Do your thing. Do your thing, which is simping for Lane. Alright. I'm gonna end the stream now. Sorry for everyone. Love Lane, LMAO, yeah. Because Lane's great. Hey, there we go. All the Lane lovers. Lane lovers in the chat. Can I get some Lane can I get some Lane lovers in the chat? But yeah, I'll end the stream. Sorry for everyone who came up from Baronade that this ended so quickly. I was getting fairly close to done, and this was the final day of this tier list, but I don't know, feel free to peruse while I was going through. I hope it was entertaining nonetheless. W Lane, yeah, Lane's fucking based. Look at her. Fucking love Lane. The show and the girl. Yeah, I guess night to everyone who's in America. It is... Well, it's almost dinner time here, actually, so... But I think it's like midnight in America or something. But also midnight for Friday, while it's Saturday here, so... Yeah, I'm gonna finish streaming. Won't be streaming tomorrow because Sunday's a break day. But I will be back next week with streams on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, hopefully. But it's gonna be a lot of basically Fire Emblem Warriors, because I want to get it done before Engage comes out, and Fire Emblem Engage comes out on the 21st, I think. So I need to get Fire Emblem Warriors done before then. It's very close, so it's kind of gonna take over my streams until it's done, which I predict will take 5 or 6 streams to do, so... Yeah, I'll post my schedule for next week on Twitter, so yeah, you'll see that when you see it. But it's probably going to be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Fire Emblem Warriors, Wednesday's a break day, Sunday's a break day, and Saturday will be Summer Pockets. That's probably what it's going to be. So, yeah. Toast isn't here, so how dare you contribute to the stay warm? God damn it, bro. Toast was here earlier, but yeah, he hasn't said anything in a while, so I guess he's not here. Get those emotes ready. He is here! See? He's here. He just... The warm is still here. It is really warm today. I wish I could be frosty, guys. He's here. Let me... I always forget to check for raids. Is there anyone streaming that I would care to raid? Probably not. Yep, no, because time zones suck. Literally no one I follow is raiding except for fucking Salty Bet. I feel so bad because people like Baronade and Wormy and Darker Spirited in the past, at least, could always host me at the, like, to my stream, but I could never host back because the timing never lines up. I feel bad about that, but it's whatever. We need to do another passive train someday. These fucking ads, bro, I tell you, they're everywhere. Anyway, I'll see you all in 2 days with Fire Emblem Warriors, hopefully, and I'll hopefully see you all next week if that's what you're interested in. If you're not, then whatever. Thank you for everyone who followed. Thank you for Baronade for giving the host. Thank you for everyone who's watched. Hope you all enjoyed the stream today. Every bit helps because now I have enough average viewers that I can apply for affiliate. So that'll be exciting. Hopefully, I don't know how long it usually takes for those applications to go out, or if there's times when they reject them. I think it's more partner that just gets rejected a bunch, and you actually need to go well and beyond the requirements. But I think affiliate, as long as you meet the requirements, they're pretty much just like, yeah, sure. People still need to be willing to give you money. It's not like you get any ad money just by being affiliate. So anyway, I'll see you all in 2 days. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you stick around for Fire Emblem Warriors, and that I don't just go back to having like no viewers now that the tier list is done. Thank you for everyone who followed and hosted and all that jazz. Just again, it's all been a big help. And I'll see you all in 2 days. Stay frosty.